Yes, you are a very cute cat, I know. Yes. Please sit down. Yep, there you go. And please don't hurt me. Yes, you are cute. Still don't know how you can take that much space, but... There you go. Alright, here we go. I do not have stuff to do. Extractions. I remember now. I am saving. I have this one. Chance is very low, but never zero. Damn. Oh, hi, Sinclair. Why did I click it? Better. Bonus units. Every Sinclair, okay. I need Ishmael and every Sinclair. Until I get the event Sinclair. Which costs 1,000. Okay. I was just there. Time for my voice to die. The hall was chill with a tense air, and those present all sat in complete silence. Then there was Gia Chu, with her lips slightly curled into a meritless sneer. And at the corner of it all sat Ji Shun, unsure of what to say next. Well everyone. Ji Shun seated next to the higher seat upon which Ji Shun sat, smoothly takes control of the situation and begins to assess assembly. Honored heads of the house, lord of each family, their proxy members, and she nods lightly, acknowledging our awkward presence. And little Shun's guests who stay here at our age club seems to be extending without a foreseeable end. Isn't she technically from Q Corp? What's up with her acting like she's any less of an outsider than we are? Yeah, and did everyone catch that our age club? Regardless of everything else, the fact that she hijacked the meeting from the get-go is ridiculous, especially if she is the family hierarch herself, presiding over his official assembly. Clearly she is using the hands of her way of assisting the hierarch to assess their own dominance over these proceedings. Yep. Are we all aware? Homer Jim has always discussed with and confided in me about the matters of the greatest import, the momentous of which steered the very course of H-Corp's prospects. Even after I departed the family from Q-Corp, Venerable former GMU has always written missives for such matter with me. Something about it smelled suspicious, but we already missed the window to challenge her to present us with proof without breaking decorum. Thus, as it is natural, follow that I would be in the interior of the gym will. I shall be presenting over the presiding over this regular assembly, which we convene, now to discuss and determine the future of H-Corp. What a grandiose and self-important introduction. It seems clear to me that she considers herself to be the main character of this something. Oh cool, main character of something. Your race certainly befits your station, lady. We are all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry? Citizenry of Pyongyang, despite you already saturated schedule. We can hardly thank you enough for your lady. My parents are too shame that they couldn't be here. Have always sung praise of you, Isley. That guy. Response on questions are just as only curious instead of arrogant. As heads of some of those houses were under investigation for consorting with the forces foreign. The vacuum was filled by their children's generations, many of whom we had the pleasure of meeting during the family Hayek war. Well then, shall we? Welcome soon the next person to sit upon the seat of Pyongyang's family Hayek. Greetings, I am. Now let us begin. For many years, all those who have gathered here have toiled day and night for the internal prosperity and growth of H-Corp. Jishun expression immediately sour as you aren't sure. Answer and cuts self-introduction. First on our agenda for this assembly are urgent discussions and passage of new major policies. Items that have been tabled for far too long. Disruptive contribution rights, auction policy, amnesty policy. Hold on, backstage. Passing this rights action policy would allow the open auction for any remaining rooms the day before reconstruction day, and wouldn't do anything but give unfair advantage to certain families and high net worth individuals by guaranteeing them large real estate assignment, regardless of their performance in the previous quarter. Jishun shudders a little flustered before continuing. My point is, these policies are going to wear the H-Corp's account the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies have pretty much gone to favor lining in pockets of a select few families and high-ranking officials of H-Corp. If I may, Werner Hayek, lining in a pocket that is quite an odd turning of phrases, refer to the bare minimum of respect the social might pay to its highest contributing members, don't you think? I don't like you. Oh, before we continue, I'm not entirely certain if you are aware, but ever since the ascension of the new family Hayek, the perceived value of family has been racing to the, for lack of a better word, rock bottom. Clearly this demonstration its concern and its lack of faith in the newly appointed family Hayek. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this value and free fall and restore prosperity and greatness to Hungary once again. Yeah, okay, that's the family Hayek's job, right? Why are you? If you had to had persuaded H Corps that articles of association, you wouldn't have known that. Should H Corp be deemed to be in a state of crisis, the four great houses and the board of directors voice may also carry the factor power in the assembly. And the board of directors, that's us, has determined that we are now in state of crisis. State of crisis? What crisis? Everything that led to my ascension to the family high was legitimate, down to the final approval. These unseemly rumors and slander taking our value, which we have built up assiduously through years upon years of trials. So what is this? It's not a state of. Is it not a state of crisis? And who wouldn't doubt the new family hierarchy qualities when this decline has considered with association? Jia-shun was somehow turning the room against Shi-shun without presenting a single shred of evidence, portraying her as some burdensome hierarch who was single-handedly taking H-Corp's value. That's just mean. No one in the assembly, not a single representative from any family present, stepped up to point out how Jia-shun's swift actions were what finally repelled the outside force that had marched right up to his front yard. Or how she deftly maneuvered the forces to quell the embers of war by quickly taking control of the chaos within them. She hadn't shown any glaring signs of incompetence since her ascension, despite her relative experience, but everyone's board of directors, the heads of each family, averted their eyes as though all of that had somehow inconveniently slipped their minds. So, do you take yourself to be a qualified individual for that matter? Very well then, proceed. We are all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years quarterly net revenue records from Union singularity-related business, your calculations on next year's financial debt forecast, and the exact receipt and variation number for the dollars that have been registered in the last 5 years. That's a highway. The venerable hierarchy has not received that data prior to the meeting. You must all be aware of the chaos that followed the ascension. We are still indexing our available materials too. Isn't that funny? Not once in the history of Hungary has the family hierarchy ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answer regarding Hungary's historical statics. Jia-shun must have known all along too. She must have known how the previous family hierarchies were all directly supplied with an immense repository of information for the worm or something of the equivalent, and she's using it to target Jia-shun's weakness, knowingly asking questions she, the first family hierarchy, without the Anamanam worm couldn't possibly answer. The responsibility ties to vulnerable sets of the hierarchy are matched only by the great power bestowed upon it. Thus, how are we to leave the matters of the wing to someone who is certainly unprepared for the task? Given the present circumstances, our hands may be forced to call the vote the motion of no confidence. The motion of no confidence? A motion of no confidence when passed by the higher official can result in the removal of the chief from the office. So they're going after Jia-shun's power instantly. So this is the picture they wanted to paint. Impotent family hierarchy staring and stumbling through the first meeting to the top and near and his lack of support from the H-Corp board of directors. Whatever, John, they're on about. Seems to me they've got not an ounce of respect for the last us. Never trust Twats overly obsessed with numbers and optimizations. They'll be the first ones to kick you out the moment they no longer see you as useful. You're not the only one who pissed off, so can you please stop talking? Please stop shaking your leg off for a second. Don't need to make your frustration any more obvious, you know? My ass would have left the chair long ago if it weren't for this last. In H-Corp, should the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion, certain parts of the family highest power will be removed. It is entirely possible that she will become a hierarch in name only. So they're threatening to fire her unless she falls in line. This is some needlessly convoluted way to. The assembly will now consider the motion of no confidence. Are there any God damn it, I clicked it. Are there any objections to bring the motion of non-confidence against family hierarchy to the floor? But hold on. The vote of no-confidence isn't an item you can invoke so lightly. The Shi family has no objections. Obviously that guy. Let's say the Wang family has no objections either. No, not you. Zhu family. The rest of the previous family heads seems to have changed precisely nothing. Dying. Who more youthful faces, but their tongues still carried the same old resistance to change. The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to be solely interested in staying in Jushin's good ways. New faces, same old. And needless to say, Heathcliff wasn't the only sinner, fuming with rage. This far too vexing to simply watch and to nod. Right, I knew you wouldn't let this slide, Don Quixote. They're walking all over like she's not even there. Fosh, we cannot let such injustice transpire It seems like we're both on the same page. That's it. I'm going to hesitate to make myself heard again this time. I want to be your help, Don Quixote. Come on, let's do this together, okay? Very well, I'm in agreement. Yeah, then let's go on free at the same time. There's no objection. 1, 2. The Senate will put this resolution to vote in a month and 3. Here, objection! Bloody hell! Have you gone mental? Sinclair stood tall at the center of the entire room, undivided, alone. Don Quixote still firm in his seat, gazed upon Sinclair's brows and rubbed her nose. Young Sinclair, thou hast evolved indeed. What an unmitigated pursuer of justice thou hast become, with such unrelenting fever and utter disregard for the certainly mine efforts have finally borne fruit. What the hell? Did Don Quixote Heath suddenly rub off on you or something? No, wait, no. What happened at Don Quixote? We were going to. What happened to object together? Huh? I've taken thy suggestion to mean that we must voice out the official channels for the titles of the word case into the department of ACC. This use and section of power on such high level of government hardly ever resolved with rush grandstanding. Wouldn't thou not agree? Why are you normal all of a sudden? Lad, what just happened? What happened to the clammy Mick boy? Well, that's... I guess I just assumed that this is how Olympus Company works now. There seems to have been an unexpected outburst. Guess. Withdraw your objection and we will consider this a momentary loss of control and not entered as an official statement. It was, Sinclair's eyes were shaking like someone with his life on the line. If not, I take it that you have full confidence in her abilities. So please, I encourage you to elaborate when and how which she should demonstrate her aptitude for the responsibility of the family hierarchy. His voice continued to shrivel into a corner. He can't, and how could anyone? How could anyone when we all had a very clear view of her path to ascension? Then your family hierarchy eventually jeered about you. Donated the coins he received from Shinju to you essentially. You pity partied your way to victory. Pity partied? And for your ascension, and those outsiders from upstart company had to almost literally carry you to the seat. Has there even been a single victory attained by your own hands in that entire process? But have we not all been witness to the quality she exuded during the family hierarchy evaluation and her own ascension? You must have no shame shaking your forked tongue in the audience of both heaven and earth like an unwitting buffoon. That's when quiet, even footsteps broke through Jun's merciless dismantling of Ji-Shun. Yet I see the point. The hierarch with her grace needs only demonstrate her already established qualifications before all. This is no place for an outsider to speak, but proceed. Just how will she prove her forth? What an odd statement, coming from a fellow outsider who's been chattering for minutes on end. Forgive me, I could only presume from you for boasting that the right to speak as this form was open to all outsiders. You've said it yourself, no? That the vote on the no conference result will proceed in a month. That seems to give the relation hierarchy a month to regain the trust of each family. What? It is rather clear to me that there are many who find their own defeat in the family hierarchy more difficult to accept. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the results quite obviously. Very well. A fair challenge between clans, which would precede the participation of the family hierarchs, Heishupek and the Gear guards. So you should remove a Pao and Zhu before the game even begins. Why not make this test a series of sparring matches in both academy and martial arts? If such is the case. What audacity, do you truly have that much faith in Jin's abilities? You must know the consequence of failing these matches, no? It would be an enormous one-sided end to the vote of no confidence, and naturally any and all rights everything to the family hierarchy shall be transferred to the board of directors. That is fine by us. You are free to choose any champion who you see fit. Unfortunately, the underlings don't seem to share your infinite confidence. But in the midst of the confused silence, when other sinner and clear, carefree yet rings out Hong loose with her. That's not true at all, big sister. We actually have just as much confidence as she does. His wide eyes stared directly and unblinkingly into Jin. It occurred to me that this might be his way of expressing anger. I have cat hair in my mouth. I need to have a drink. Give me a second. The worst thing about having a cat. Impudent child, how dare he stares me down like that. Then you are welcome to try. 1 month, you have but 1 month to prove before all in audience that she is indeed fit to be the family hierarch. Should you fail, your vote may as well be mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, none of you shall again rightly challenge the independent rights and powers bestowed upon the family hierarch. The consequences of such would be no different from those that the traitors are facing, wouldn't you agree? Well then, we will excuse ourselves now. Wait, I'm... The young turns around towards us with that same mysterious smile and slowly directs us outside the assembly hall. We may call them swearing matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is a test to prove your claim to the seat of the family hierarch. A month is a time for far too brief for drastic improvement regardless of whom it may be. Learning from a proper master for 10 months straight might teach you a few things, but who knows how long the search for one such master might take, not to mention the official channels through which you must bring them past walls, which may take up to 2 months. Why not relent now and relinquish but a part of your powers as the family hierarch to the board of directors? It seems that this fellow outside me I am impressively lacking. My lord has spoken in the past that when in the presence of 3 people, at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they aren't. And here they are, aren't they? Master, each carrying something new to teach her. All 13 of them. Gesture country towards the flabbergasted sinners, and the assembly came to an end. Huh. Great loading screen. How much can see something? No loading? My voice is not gonna live. 12 teachers. We were not planning to train soon anyway, but it seems that we are now under an unexpected deadline. Hey, when you said that LCB was going to help me out, did you guys meant that you were going to publicly humiliate the crap out of me at the assembly? Of course not, Shishun. Big sister, an old snake. You've just given her 30 days to set the perfect stage for my downfall, to prove to the world once and for all that I am not qualified at all to be the family hierarch. But Shishun, weren't you always so good at humbling anyone who dares to underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I just had to hold on with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do, but now, things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be the family hierarch, and she's right, I'm pretty much lucked into this position. Jishun, don't tell me it's moment bullshit actually got to you. Well, she wasn't completely wrong, right? I'm just some kid who happened to be just good enough to survive some traps and ambushes. I'm afraid the responsibility of a family hierarch might be too much. Her self-confidence has significantly decreased compared to the observation from our previous interactions. The heck, Jishu, don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us the moment we met? You even had the audacity to pretend to not know who we were, didn't you? Where'd all that confidence go, girl? That actually got under her skin back then, huh? So, what do you want to do? Are you sure you're okay with that? Are you okay with letting this happen? if I let this happen. Big sister is going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time. Is she implicating that her testaments on her influence were true? Yep, it's true. Before she left for Q-Corp, Big Sister used to always accompany G to these assemblies. If we just let them hold the vote of no confidence, they're going to vote against me and slowly reduce the family hierarchy of power. And who knows, they might even call for a re-evaluation, however unlikely that sounds. Besides, Big Sister Yunshun, I think her definition of prosperity might be different from mine. What she's looking for isn't H-Corp's prosperity, it's Dangion's prosperity. And I know this all has something to do with its ties to Q-Corp, which I bet has already been going on for a while just under my radar. I'm sure they already had plenty of talks behind my back. Which is not the kind of vision you have for Hungyun's future, right? And that's why you spoke up against her. My vision for Hungyun is I want to change H-Corp to be the kind of place where people can live without fear. I just never imagined that I have to prove myself like this in only 30 days. Even then, our vision hasn't changed, right? It hasn't. Great. So it's decided then, huh? We just need Fao to deliver the bad news to Sword. So to summarize, the responsibility of training to win these matches, I mean these influence tests upon which hinges the family hierarchy's fate, and almost every fate of which is entirely under Junshun's control, by the way, and is possibly a trap within the next 30 days is ours. And we have to explain that to Sword. Wow, that sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. Promote? Post-mortem reports have become quite rough. Sometime later. Thou must impress upon the illustrator what gaze that was my idea this time. Sinclair stared blankly at Don Quixote as she made her desperate plea towards Sword. Yes, and I understand that as well for the 8th time. As always, Sword was wearing the same refreshingly incomprehensible smile. The kind of smile that makes people increasingly anxious the longer it lasts. Well, that gives us about 30 days during which those sparring matches, tests, whatever will be happening as well. Great, then let's give it our best. Sinclair muttered in a near whisper, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. Yes, I understand, I never should have stepped out of line like that, but sometimes I just... Yeah, so let's give it our best. I totally agree, we messed everything up again, and what? Limbus company was always going to remain here and assist Miss Shona acclimate herself to the responsibility of family hierarchy. I was always a part of our plan. Well, I sure am glad that I took Faust's advice about how planning is completely pointless when it comes to LCB's mission. I never would have had to submit 9 separate incident reports back during the Jacob incident had I known. I believe I should be able to explain this further. Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would have come to pass. That is why he left Zilo and I here to look after the new family hierarchy's position, which must still be on rather thin ice. Oh, so that So that's what they were privately talking about when he pulled them aside. Doing nothing and allowing her wicked machinations to progress would have made the entire board of directors not but party in Yuachu's hands. And that would have led that snake to de facto assume the seat of the family hierarchy. Against such an insidious foe who wields the intrigue as her weapons, the most viable strategy is the most direct one to challenge her head on. Besides, has it not given you the excuse you need to prolong your company's stay in it? This is also punishing for to further solidify your influence here, depending on the outcome of the vote of non-confidence. They've played right into our hands by accepting this deal. So, I don't want to rain on everyone's parade, but are we not even going to consider what might happen if we fail? No, we are not, because you will not fail. Not with us aiding your efforts. Also, were you serious back there when you said that we were all going to teach soon, all 12 of us? I won't object to selecting only a few us with better attitude to be educators. By the way, we already have an internal hierarchy based on the sum of each of our abilities, of course. Retire to my satisfaction due to an unexpected incident. Miss Otis, that is a statement mirrored in narrowed vision of the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. So you must be the one who placed last in this game. Just don't say anything, but best not to stand out like a sore thumb. I may have overreacted then. My lord has said that from the virtues we may learn to replicate the merits from the flawed. We may learn to avoid the failings. And as long as the student is willing to learn, anything can be a teacher. I also, to embrace this teaching, seek from all those who we come across. Just what in the heavens are you doing? I am preparing a lesson plan for young, family hire. Wow, you sure got that fast. What are these yellow wormy things here? This is star twinkling in its radiance. Oh. According to this schedule you have prepared, the student would have negotiated 3 hours away for sleep. This lesson plan execution will require cooperation from T-Corp. Yeah, that would be a most fatal mistake, most fatal indeed. I shall correct it. Xingyang was staring at Don Quixote's expression of a while upon the with her usually crescent moon eyes. Wait, is that supposed to be Grim? Of course, each to their own. I suppose I need to be shaken by everything until we have the actual lesson plan in hand. Hey, thanks for putting your faith in us. We barely have any of that to go around ourselves, so I understand it couldn't have been easy. You could say that I've learned my lesson. The reasons have taught me that the path of learning is truly one without an end. Let's go, more text. More text. Another student. I see that you all have worked out your lesson plans as per student's request. I've received a total of 12 lesson plans. Hold on, shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even the executive manager has decided to spare the precious time to teach a class. Yeah, I handed in my lesson plan too. That is because... So... Who didn't do their homework? After a brief silence, everyone turned around and looked at one of the sinners. Poor Heathcliff. It ain't me. Oh, please, at least try to make a compelling argument. Who else other than you could it possibly... it's me. You think... You've been acting out of character a lot recently. What's going on? Well, it's, Sinclair was drenched in sweat for some reason. Actually, it was Sinclair's seat with a large... In Sinclair's seat was a large stack of papers, each filed to remove writing. Sinclair, are these papers? Here, I'm done. So I got too into making a lesson plan, just couldn't stop myself from writing you. Sinclair couldn't have appeared more proud as he placed a big bundle of red silk paper in Silo's hand. And she was might use... So that's how she looks without him. He seemed to have dedicated quite the momentous effort in drawing up this lesson plan. What's up with her? Let's start reviewing from the first of the stack. 108 an analytic approach to an Asterix AAA? What does AAA mean? And how do you plan to explore all 108 approaches in a month? Impression of Asterix in association. If you went too far. What? Sorry, what? Flip a page and continue reading photos for approaches. What paint did you use? It's quite vicious and the paper has partially melted. Lady, watch yourself. You almost got someone on my arm. A painting? Huh? What? Silo? Entrails coating the wall? I need it. Ah, that's a great sprite. Huh? Now you know how what? Oh, I appreciate the artist of slaughter. Just... Oh, I pressed again on accident. Twice. Just what the hell did you paint in the paper? Hey, get it together. Silo's stamp brief on the paper must have given quite a shock. I might want it for a moment. I want to use this. See, that's right more. This is too dangerous to be used for a lesson. Just goes to the discarded pile. Weak sauce. He's really getting more like Ryosha, huh? The paper without hesitation tossed it out of sight. Next. Intro to Society title. Chapter 1. How to shake hands with your left hand when the decision calls for it. Huh? Chapter... I see. Chapter 2. Exploration of exclusively long sleeve fashion and I see. Gregor. Chapter 3. Projecting confidence and why having a bug arm is totally cool. Ah, I see. That's, you know how it is. Be proud of who you are, all that philosophy stuff. I wanted to give a bit of permission when you can all come to see our flaws, not as things, but as evidence of our vision, which will achieve in a world where we can carry on with our lives no matter what kind of art we have. Discarded. Next. See the question through the pages. Intro to Denton Sub. Heading the power of words, sticks and stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the pile. Imagine into the bench address words an opponent so hard that they fall to their knees and beg me to stop. Dressed on so hard that they fall to and beg me to stop. I have plans for the lesson teaches methods to disguising compliments and criticism and vice versa. A lot of these things rather difficult to learn. That shown is an individual of great promise in this field. Follow my instructions to a T and I guarantee you that this cadet shall be able to have the upper hand in any verbal confrontation. I see this as I could to make the best brawler of the best family hiring out of me. Seemed quite interested, but eventually overruled the suggestion. On Justice, another impressive title. Method of an entire room of audience. Discard. Fire on the 4. Next. Praxis of ego splitting mirror conflict between the self and the reflection of paradoxic of which one attempts to open an door to open the door. Utter incomprehensible. Discard. Perhaps to advice to lesson title should have taken in earnest. Survival and exploration. That sounds sane and normal. It is Ishmael, right? 21 reasons to pay attention when the exploration team leader is giving advice on the upcoming adventure. Case study for 30. However, mistakes that occur because of the team's distracted during the leader's lecture. How to track down a troublemaker who tries to sweep trouble under the rug while the team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice. Should be moving 2 steps ahead. Finally, I've narrowed them down to 3 culprits. Wait, I forgot to take that part out. Drawing and into the shredder. When did that paper shredder get here? The art of using yawning as a cover up for popping a cookie or 2 into your mouth. Especially useful when getting lectures. Rodion? If you get good enough at it, you can do it with nuts too. So it was you who made those crunching noises in our last meeting. What now? You take me for an amateur? The art of social maneuvers, how to let it flow. How to not make things awkward when you walk right into on something bad mouthing you. The most important part of this art is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps when you convince yourself that smile is what brings you good fortune. Smiles have a way of disarming people, giving them pause and making them hesitant. I remember that Beko used the technique to confuse a lot of people who hated him. I see. I can't quite bring myself to throw this into the shredder. Next, how to remain complete stillness for a week until the command is received. This lesson plan was designed based on Rodion's advice that I must prioritize strengths that are unique to myself. Look, in my defense, I didn't know he considered that to be his unique strength, okay? Thank you, Fawn. Let us consider where standing in complete stillness for a week is quality one may seek in the family hierarchy. This one is certainly interesting. What separates bravado from bravery? Jack shit, sort of, and grab your weapons, Heathcliff. Yep, always gotta read the full print. It's my philosophy that reasons don't necessarily need to be considered before coming to blows. Material progress is indeed an important part of the family highest qualities, but our focus is not on the hierarchy of syndicates. Next, information disparity as a driver of treatment. Oh, that's actually the most interesting sounding one so far. And in the application of engineering framework. Okay, it's kinda losing me, but I'm still on board. For safe interest, Gesellschaft, driven societies, and it is still going. That was 1/5 of the full title. Huh? It seems that same choice has entered both you and I. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. Indeed, indeed. After she had gone through the majority of our lesson plan. Finally, now that that's over. Yes, it's finally my turn. Here. The first was real. Thinking back, even back in school, I used to think to me about becoming a teacher. I say, I guess, happy. Oh, I get the voice to the one. I'm not good at thinking, I guess. And I've given them like this. Let's do fear and self overcoming. We have to come here that every started at first, but by always. Now I want to know what we all should do as one. Hey, but what if I like I was yesterday more. That's okay. Everyone has their own unique potential sleeping deep inside. So with everything I learned and experienced so far, let me teach you how to not doubt your own capabilities, how to always shoot higher. Hold on, you had me there for a second. But what's up with acting like you're an infinitely more enlightened person than I am? Of course I prepared a speaking class where you can learn how to speak with modesty too. I would never imagine Sinclair would be this into it. Yeah, too bad. He's so into it that he's not even listening to what I'm saying. You come here, it seems that you has completed your review. Oh, I see. And now how's everything going? Everyone class prep going well? Okay, so that's a no. That's worth Saul's impression upon taking a quick glance. He was sobbing and cradling the shredded pieces of her lesson plan in her hands. Well, it wasn't a complete boss. At least Sinclair less plan survived. Please, with thought I have had a full 30 days worth of lesson. Would you like to take a look? And thought, when looking at the dozens of lessons from Sinclair, said, oh, what did we usually use for a color then? What the fuck? Why was it melting the papers? I was looking away. I have pity. So he doesn't know what. Would you mind explaining this, Zilu? I think I have to tell him apologies. His entirety, he's doing 6 of lesson plans all on his own. I see weaknesses found its way into your heart in the face of such earnest efforts, I understand. It has been decided that Sinclair will not be pretending as one of the teachers. Or should I call you pupil Sinclair to be exact? Huh? This has gotta be a mistake, right? Isn't there a pupil here? No. There haven't been any mistakes. My lord has to say in fact that you are to learn from this as well. What? What? Seriously? This isn't right. Guys, this isn't right. Now it just looks like a proper classroom. I would have felt pretty dang empty with just sitting there all on her own, don't you think? Besides, I bet Sinclair wasn't expert on going to school. Right? School was a luxury for me, you know? Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't mean I ever want to go back to school. You should learn to be grateful. I don't doubt my teaching to just anyone. Don't forget, we have to redo the whole lesson plan under the supervision. Otis, you always get on your soapbox and try to teach everyone about something after every single battle anyway. And usually you always get hyperfixated on something once you find something interesting. You never stop talking about it for 3 hours at least. That's a feeling I know. Hyperfixation is great. And sometimes not. I ensure that you receive the best information you can provide, Sinclair. What are you saying? I thought we were the underdog though. Remember during the checkup when I said we got this? We're going to get this together? The evaluation painted a twisted picture of the true scale of strength, the sole measure of which is on physical might. I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge of those who require education. Jason, my lady, you have found yourself a deskmate, which some also call a bestie, depending on the desk placement. Deskmate, bestie? What the heck does any of that mean? Huh? Are you one of the confusion as though she just heard those words for the first time in her life? When I first met her when she was 16, and she hadn't attended any school like instruction. This is far path for the cause of children who are raised for the purpose of becoming the next on the hierarchy. The reason being that schools can be a perfect place to assassination someone. The perfect is to assassinate someone. So Desmate and Bestie explains to you. He was essentially going to back to school for a month, where the other sinners, his teachers, sit next to each other and help each other out. A bestie might nudge the other awake when they doze off, share their homework with one another. If one forget to do theirs, they usually end up being included in the best memories of each other's school time. Hmm? Not very important at all, huh? I think I got this on my own. I don't need a bestie. It may have come a few years late, but I moved and my life finally has a chance at experiencing school. Same here, I remembered like yesterday. When I would sit and watch other kids walk to school from a distance. Tears swelling in her eyes. Dude! Oh, that reminds me, one day, out of nowhere, she started saying something about eating from lunchbox with friends. I haven't a clue as how or where she even heard about it, but she snuck it into the kitchen and... wait, don't you guys have lessons plans tonight? Come on, hurry up, 30 days are ticking down. 30 days, of course. Partly I've been becoming quite occupied with another child of great importance. Assisting Way with index and reviewing the document in critical need of organization. Thus, I must leave the lesson plan to take to you two, Zilo and Miss Sword. Have any thoughts on this matter? Slackers. What was that? I said nothing. Holy shit. It's a new sign. It just says enter. It's just 0. Why does it say 0? Zilo and Sword appeared to have aged several years overnight. The faces sunken in shallow. Finally, after in very statistic data related to us regarding each scenario, we managed to come up with an appropriate I don't know how to speak there. Miss Zilo? Apologies. Sleep deprivation has hit me off clear mind. Oh god. The path of an grueling one. Merging to battle would be much easier. Still, thanks to Mr. Your share, we did manage to find a way to make this quite efficient. Dying. Efficient, huh? To be a true family hierarchy, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues one must understand and master, however. Oh, hello, cat. You want up? Give me a second. There you go. Come on. Don't look at me like that. Jump. Okay, then don't jump. Those on 13 days, as promises in for cat. Don't look at me like this and jump. There you go. Thank you. You're very cute. Thus, we have categorized the countless virtues in 3 subcategories. And they are called... what are these supposed to be? Z, Young, and Ren. Z, Wisdom. The wise lose neither people nor words. To hold one's silence in need of speech shall cost them people. To speak in need of silence shall cost them words. A reasonable consequence of logic. Young courage, the ability to overcome fear, to act decisively. Have too much of it and risk becoming of a brute, have too little and risk becoming a Quaven. It needs harmony and balance. And so how far are we allowing to go with corporal punishment again? I recall no instance of any discussion regarding corporal punishment, and when humanity is the benevolence of the heart, the compassion of behavior, that dedicates respect towards every human. Clearly, most of the school are severely lacking in all three of the skills. Just how do you think they be able to teach the students anything? Yeah, like someone needs a lesson and when. Cat, please. What do you want? Do you want to be pet? There you go. Just learn here. Where's Way? Mr. Way and Mrs. Yes, you're very cute. Oh, could you not lick my nose? There you go. Currently quite preoccupied with handling the monumental task of paperwork. Oh yeah, okay. Could you stop moving my mouse? And leave Faust alone. The task of paperwork. Alright, Mr. Way wanted me to deliver this message. Do you? Be strong, my lady. Way! Despite her protestations, the 30 days of classes commenced. Cat, Cat, what are you doing? Here we go. Why is it all you saying? Bird? Tip top. Both have good moral. Combos? Der Combos? Days and stats. 30 days. Each class specializes in raising different stats, and some classes might even raise or lower their students' moral values. Aside from days with class, you can choose up to 3 classes per day. End in success or failure. Successful class greatly increase the amount of stats gained, but failed class will greatly reduce the amount of stats gained. Higher morals, the higher chance to have a successful class. Class combos that give certain bonus effects when those classes are taken in the same day. Once you discover a combo, you can preview its actions on the schedule menu. You all discovered combo and discover combo in the combo list page. Begin class. Class progress during class. Students changing stuff in real time. Taking a class gives XP. Once a class XP has been maxed out, the class will be upgraded to the next level. Taking higher classes will yield more stats increases. Please note that classes cannot be upgraded beyond Master. And when stats beyond a or upgraded class to a certain level enhance the student's combat prowess. Okay. View combat prowess. On certain dates, combat encounters may occur in place of classes. Students will be in these encounters on her own. Skill slots are changed automatically by pressing a gun-shaped button to begin the combat phase. Only by winning combat encounter can she progress to the next day on the class. Okay. What's refusing? Moral -6 every time. My name is Yiseng. That is all. The class I've prepared for the day. I've heard plenty about your mirror tech, which makes me want to abuse it. to be level of advice on their technology. Couldn't you have approached it from a different angle? You know how technology usually goes. People invent for the sake of creation, only to have the invention and then warped into weapons of destruction. Indeed, you know much promise. You show much promise already. As you surmise now, the mirror has in the past almost been employed to shatter possibilities instead of reflecting them. I am sure that's the angle most of us wanted to see happen. Removal of potential risk sounds much more plausible than potential in itself to some people after all. Correct again, yet destruction was a word that bore too much suffering for my heart. Okay, get my heart, my soul, and was from it was a abdomen for my fellow and my life's work, making myself a future from the past. How did you bring yourself to just abandoning it at all? I conversed with who? With myself. That lies within me. As you are aware, the mirror worlds reflect extended beyond the veils of our own reality. It reflects the potential, the latent strength and the world. Yet even among them, the reflection of the greatest importance is that of the self. Let not the immuable words of the mirror enchant your gaze. First, one must direct the students inwards and reflect upon oneself. I learned how to be more true to myself by looking into the mirror. Let's grow. I'm going to drink water. I'm not going to drink water. Now if you are prepared to do explain what you see in the mirror, you needn't haste. For some reason, Jinshun appeared to hesitate before the mirror. Hey, you know? It's been a while since I looked into the mirror for so long. My lady, do you recall of the Shi family who contracted you for a meeting? Yeah, the guy who said he was gonna show me a precious flower that bloomed only at night. I remember that you were against me going out there, so I stayed inside. I wondered what kind of flower it was. Don't tell me you were actually looking forward to meeting him, my lady. No, of course not. You were wise to stay inside. It was relevant that you were the only person who was invited, my lady. That vile man had hired a group of assassins to ambush the meeting spot and would have been waiting there to spring the trap on you. You go. But apparently he had outplayed and handed his limbs and had torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? I guess. I'm glad I didn't go away. You're right. If only you still had the wood branch under your control. Stop it. We agreed this move on from that. Remember, we don't have to talk about it. I would really like to fight so that I can drink water. I was brushing her hair and looking in the mirror as we were talking, but I guess that I no longer recognize the girl in the mirror. I don't know why, but I just found it so hard to meet her eyes. But I brushed it off because I had to. An experience like that was going to be a common occurrence anyway, with the family hierarchy was always looming on the horizon. Perhaps what you felt then may have been a shame, but it's paramount to face consequence. Face oneself nonetheless, nay, especially so if it was. And Sinclair, what do you see? I see. Well, I just see myself smiling. I don't see what's so out of the ordinary. But it seems like Sinclair couldn't really bring himself to face the mirror. Hey, after what we just discussed, I think I understand something now. Now that I have some quiet time looking at my reflection, I think I uncovered a part of myself I had hidden away for a long time. Finally. Okay, now it takes even more. Don Quixote gives more. Be passionate and dream on. Fixer tales. This true that a station of teaching is found to one with a sense of bashfulness. Sinclair and Sing both said with a bit of appreciation as well, which is understandable, given what Sword told them sometime before the lesson started. Some time ago, Otis, who'd been glaring daggers at Don Quixote for a good while, finally decided to voice her doubts to Sword. So, what is Don Quixote that woman supposed to teach? Have you not noticed that her usual flippance might only cause more trouble than it's worth? You worry too much, Otis. While she may not look at Don Quixote is extremely well versed in adventurous tales. And why would any of that matter? Have you yourself considered that fixers often appear when history is in the making? Let us see here. Don Quixote is to save at the moment as though she had been preparing her whole life for it. Then continue. There you go. Amongst the greatest fixers who honored the names were engraved in history. Verily. Let us commence this lesson with the tales of the fixers you failed. In the year? Sometime no, I want to hear it. Why? Are you done? Just how can she continue to talk such length? She said, I wanted to hear it. Just come the time to test thy dedication to the class and the knowledge that should naturally come with it. A pop quiz of thy will. Huh? Where did they come from? When she find the time to prepare us? I can assure thee, this is a quiz of an entirely reasonable difficulty. If thou hast paid attention in class, worry thee not. Does this topic have surprises? But of course, I came prepared for such inquiry. For each correct answer I should from the very treasure chest of mine. These precious fictions are badges for I did not let a single day go by in which I did not polish each and every one of them. On 3 separate days at the very least. I don't know, I don't really need them. Hold down applause for there is a bonus reward for the victor who by the end of this match carries most badges. Thou shalt attain the role of the protagonist in the play of mine making Fixer Chronicles. You fail. This is an achievement of a lifetime. I'm still not really. It's not doing anything for either of us. It's still a pretty useless reward, but if you're turning this into a competition, I won't lose. Seriously? Not scared, you lose and Is history your weakness or something? I have you know that I was the teacher's pet in every single history class. And I have you know that I was no method shown with praise from every master I've ever had. Okay. Is that how you wanna play? I have you know that I was in other classes too. I did great in art class, pretty good in math too. I was just being humble because I didn't want to steal your thunder. Oh, then tell me, they're getting quite competitive, huh? Tell me that I was trained in the mastery of the least 10 different disciplines every single day, and one of these days, you know, one of my masters told me, he said, finally getting a feel for French knows and ages for school. That's good, no matter how excellent classes were. There are some things you just can't learn from teaching. I tick-tocked in response. This year, 505, one in the most illustrious battle that Tricks said to have partaken in. Allow me to impart on 3 major clues. If thou hast paid attention as I have the 5 pillages in which the fixation was mentioned, this should not be a difficult question to answer. The honorable fixer of the heaven who attained triumph in the battle of why not we in the year 4645 have said what the worst ordeal she had to face in her class. Holy shit, my body is dying, I don't know why. My hands are sleeping, I don't know why. That's awful. Reading. I've got it's when she had to onward despite watching her dear comrades fall one by one as they had the lines to buy her time. Damn, it was so slow. Fired. Da incorrect. How the restricted heaven is recorded to have holy shit, don't go to war. Talks a lot. Have testified that the worst ordeal in her career was when she was forced to stand beyond her enemies with her that was not just as supply line and caused the regularly of nutritious supplements to cause what thou has suggested. Yankton was having most of her ordeal. She's speaking like she was actually there. Triumph impression is quite understandable, for I am trained in the way of regarding these tales, but most of these tales I learned from books. To the tales of some audience enough to study the way of my... Holy shit, I'm dying. There was a clear look of pride in her twinkling eyes. At least it's not things like brief at one point. Oh god. Taking on a face the cascade of the faith forward speaking in the name of I've got it. It's a summary of night fantasy. Yet I cannot let pass such unmotivated detailing of the super ultimate move. Hardly could one into the noble thread of fixer simply such empathy. Thou must bring the exact pose as Are you kidding me? Come on, you can't do this. You can't do this. This is nothing. She's crying. Sinclair's just... She's giving it her all. Wait, give me a second. That was not F12. That is F12. There we go. Sour Night, Fantasia. Dein enthusiasm was quite shaky upon the word, yet thou hast not such a coward. Thus I bestow upon thee dispatch. I got tired of this nonsense. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Here, then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder and find a place for this blade at the center of thy heart. Dante lights left side. Gotcha. Then Kyoto, who was watching Sinclair, and two personally play signed with the tears away. Bravo, bravo. Certain minor details were missing, such as the was left-handed, and playing with a lighter in his left hand for every duel. Holy shit. That a wonderful indeed. I had no other to when faced with great memory of you. The Fixer's final duel, remember it well. That's come to an end. Then of today. It was just for a moment, but I think I'm starting to get it. I get why she's so obsessed with Fixers. Tightly time where the badges Don Quixote had gifted to her. Hmm? 100? 60 max HP? Okay, Faust. Faust and you saying have to be a combo, right? Boom! This is a component part taken from Sagecode. This may prove to be an opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis of the nature of the former H-Corp singularity, which has been enduring for such a long time. You look kinda upbeat today, Miss House. Indeed, an opportunity to study the old H-Corp singularity is not one that comes often, as there was potential for integration into Mephistopheles. I made a request to disassemble a part of the bus's engine, but was denied. A shame. Aren't you the one who built Miss Faust? It's indeed Faust's word, but not all of it was mine. It is possible that Faust may never really ever reveal every small detail that went into its creation. I would very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engineers, so that it could be assembled with my own hands. Yeah, sure. F12 again. Oh, it exploded. So that's how it works. I think I get it. Didn't think it's how I'd get to learn more about the old H-Corp. I don't think I can do much against the construction days right now, but this knowledge will certainly come in handy when the day comes for me to disassemble the thing. The day when Hongyan can be placed where people can live without fear. Without the fear of encountering days without counting the rooms to see if they fall for not until can be placed. You call sleep with the promise of safe tomorrow. Pull it off. Oh, and learn a lot during these lessons too, so I... Bang! The voltages have been set too high. A different combination of fuse and wires. There was supposed to be a lesson something in there, right? Taxidermy genius, yes! It's a combo. Fixes for dummies. And more is back up. So Don always last. Okay, that seems good. Begin class. Unlike some other class which were more of the upbeat side of things, Gregor. The room's air felt grim and solemn as soon as everyone saw what Gregor had written on the chalkboard. On war. Losing a wing wall leaves a much larger, long-lasting impact than some medium-sized and closing ups. It might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty darn close to one recently, didn't we? We were this close to large-scale war breaking out right here. If absolute wouldn't have happened if mission here to fail to finish the ascension. It would have spread like wildfire too. So my class is going to be about what exactly happened in a war, or the piece of Jonathan Gray's finger. He went to scribble something on the board. His left hand was twirling as though the wound temper had found only for him. Man, White's got a... Excuse me. So, is it alright if I smoke? Go ahead. You good? Well, when else am I gonna get a chance to share the realities of war with a winged chief? Exhibit officer's face, huh? The moments that just don't come off your skin no matter how hard you scrub at them. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm going to listen to every word you have to say here today, no matter how long it takes. Man, do I appreciate that sentiment. Well, still though, I can't dilly-dally when mission got other stuff to deal with, huh? So, let's take a look at how things are at the very beginning of the Wing War. Warfare, trench warfare, to give an explanation of my own. And that's why the smoke was found was mostly characterized by trench warfare. No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles when they could be surrounded by enemies at all times, so everyone tried to draw each other out to an open field battle, which naturally turned into trench warfare. Of course, every wing has a different singularity, so it isn't really appropriate to call to all cases. It's just that the former G-Corp found flat plains easier to maneuver in. I feel like Dangyeon could make a pretty good use of Dangyeon as a defensive fortress, especially with its internal structures constantly shifting around, which they should know and use very well. Exactly, this should explain why it hasn't to outside. Remember the thumb fella? The ones we met who were going in circles. Not to mention how the Heishu all utilize the top graph of differently. Even if an outsider were to get a read on how one of the branches maneuvered, as long as the 12 Heishu branches are standing, and is unassailable. Well, despite going into all that, I'm sure we all know what the best answer is. our war first. No? Not having a war in the first place. I'd be honest, I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to have to, not only witnesses, but go through all of that. We did visit Fathom's Gregor, but that wasn't even the type of the iceberg. The city was devoured in smoke, its citizens in madness. He always shrugged off those stories as ramblings of the past, but during the war he stood at the center of the heartless machine that was the city. Its every gear calibrated to the slaughterhouse, precision to maximize the death of the people. There he must have witnessed things far worse than the worst the city presently has to offer. His gaze beyond the veil of the bygone past, shaking relentlessly in pursuit of what was no more. Oh boy, sorry fast, I'm afraid I get carried away. Lamenting what happened, that I forgot this was supposed to be a class. I was supposed to prepare something more useful next time. No, everything you told me really solidified the resolve. This chaos within Hunger needs to come to an end soon. Let something so horrible could happen. I'm heading to my next class. Wait for me. Even after the two students had left, Gregor lingered in that room for a while, lighting up cigarettes after cigarette without erasing what he wrote on the chalkboard. Smoke soon filled the room. He left only after emptying the entire pack. Combo. And mow it back up. He's still quite weak. Hunglu and I don't know who's. What do you need more? You didn't more when, you need more other stuff. Especially green, so break and dot. It's not a combo. The sewer beds are still quite even, so I think that's best. How are classes going, Shinfu? I'm not, you big bro, I pay attention in class. Oh, hey, hello, Mr. She was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. The moment I found out about the test of this lesson plan, I simply could not allow him to do this alone. Looks like it's going to be another serious class. Apologies for the delay. Greetings for the extended greetings to the hierarch. Been a while since I heard that greeting around here. Wait, what about Big Sis? Are you sure it's okay for the bodyguard to be here? I am no longer employed as a guard. Wait, don't tell me we got your file. Everything I did that day, including time, was under orders. As for why she no longer needed myself, I don't understand myself. She suddenly let me go after the trouble was over. So, what's there for you to teach me, big bro? Your last lesson plan about not making things awkward got revoted by Nilo. You could have taught me a thing or two if we were still kids, but come on, you spent most of your time stuck in before leaving home. I don't know what you could possibly have to teach me. Don't worry, Chinshu. This is the one thing I am pretty good at. Sinclair is, in clear, neat handwriting, Honglu and surviving Hongyun on the chalkboard. Oh well, I don't think I need any help in that department from you. Look, I know you had your share of assassination attempts by Big Bro, but I mean the previous hierarch and the Elder's favor sheltered you from the worst of it. She's not wrong. Back when we had to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, weren't you also one of the handful who got assassinated? Oh, that? I was wandering the hallways because I felt like something was off about my room. Till Dante told us all to go back to our rooms, of course. Wait, it was my fault? You do have some intuition, I give you that. Looks like I'm going to have to prove myself. You mind preparing the thing? You have my utmost faith, but please do put caution. Sometime later, Lynn appeared with 4 bullets, slashing with tea before, powder in one of them. What's that? That's powder's wolfsbane. I see. Wait, poison? You're going to teach me how to tell which of these bullets contains poison, right? You can stop now. I learned drinking poison like wolfsbane when I was 7. It was something as tame as what you are suggesting. I would not have been here to accompany him. Then I continued her process, sprinkling wolfsbane powder into 2 more bowls. Honglu, who was watching that with an oddly concerned closed his eyes. Please mix them up. Wait, what? Is that in what was going on with the speed at which he swapped around the boat? When we looked back at Honglu, there was 3 silver spoons in his hands. Those silver spoons were custom made and a must-have item for children of the Great Four Houses. They can detect non-specific poison as well. Yeah, I know. They actually what? It's nothing. In Hongyu, we are best by treat threats of assassination from all directions. Knowledge alone isn't enough to save you. What the heck are you? But Honglu opens his eyes before he can finish a sentence. Then he throws the silver spoons in his hands like throwing pins toward 3 of his bowls. And immediately he strikes the 4th bowl, which he hadn't thrown a spoon at. Holy crap, are you insane? You barely even checked them for... He's always delicious, even when cold. The 3 silver spoons we had cast earlier were slowly melting away after quickly becoming tarnished black. Is roasting powder supposed to melt through metal? People like to be familiar with the poison engine. Since everyone's been trained for immunity since childhood, you have to make a mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Huh? Fine, I don't even wanna argue. What's your secret? I wanna know too. Do the taste sound different or something? I just went with my hunch. Just a hunch? How are we supposed to learn that? We're not Heathcliff, you know. You get the hang of it after a few tries. I help you out. Now we begin with 2 bowls. Okay. I see. When you say you just avoided whatever felt wrong with a hunch, you were effectively identifying the threat by reading the room and concentrating it to your initial expression. Ah, you were using Mr. anxious behavior to clue you in. So this is how you managed to survive for so long. Listen carefully. I know that the adept of each Heishu will come to your aid with a flick of your wrist. And I know that you will be enlightened by the best craftsmen to become a safe fortress, softened to the brim with all kinds of useful boluses to protect your life. Even still, there will come a day when you start to feel this creepy sensation, whose origin you can't deny, and when it does, I hope you won't brush off that sensation as nothing. You're wearing over nothing. On the way from home was it? But her soft expression told me that she was glad to see him worried. More blue. I really need green next. Every 6 days you will be subject to midterm preparations by the board of directors. Prepare to take you to the exam site and only by passing the test maintain her status as the family hierarchy, my lady. Oh, don't worry yourself over much. Master way you should like you at the funeral. She will pass these tests with ease as long as she has been diligent in taking her classes. No, I simply hope I can survive until she returns, cough cough. Seems that way rather Connor's voice wasn't just out of his own concern. Wait, are you sure you're okay? I can't escape them. Even if I deems the unfinished bundles of paper came over me like a storm burying me. Seriously, for what's no dream at all. In fact, never have I once spoken paper attaining the arts of error here to now. I must be really sleep deprived. It looks like we are onto only one going through the wing. Only one. One defense only. Okay. Oh, resistance is getting really good. So what is your passive? Gain protection and gain free defense. I guess it's from 1 times per turn to 2 times per turn. Okay, it's our fight. Hey, you're the one. You're one of the she-boys. We finally meet. I had dropped to fight you in the family hierarchy. Hope. If you run into me, then isn't this supposed to be a sparring match? Why does it sound like you are having a personal grudge against me? Oh, it's nothing at all. Why in the world would I ever hold a grudge against you? The result of the family hierarchy couldn't be any clearer, and everyone even remotely connected to the mess had all been dragged away and put under investigation. And hey, guess what? They dragged away half of my family, which means more room for me. I should really thank you, right? Honestly, why don't you just declare war against the She family at this point? Wouldn't that be much easier? It was not easy. It never is. What are you on about all of a sudden? It's something we shouldn't be taking so lightly about, even as a joke. Your family was arrested because they are under investigation for treason against you. If they're innocent, I'm sure they'll be released soon enough. I know it's pretty much a given that all we would escape you, regardless of what really happened. You know I can't even pay them a visit because you hid their sales all over. They're not hidden. All sensational have always been designated to move around in a very short intervals. You know that does seem like the kind of design that would lead people to make some unfortunate assumptions, so I'm sure the initial purpose was to prevent escapes. I recently gained a better understanding of criminal instructions, so I'm planning to change our policies so that prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations. Really? Where did you? I was lucky enough to take a few excellent classes recently. Managed to reflect upon myself a bit too. You did change a little. Still, you better not expect me to go easy on you. I've got my own thing to take care of. Good, come on, let's do this. Many fixer for that of the past have said that not but this awaits an unjust victories. Let's do this. Oh, that's a nice loading screen. Oh, let her do it. Dominating. Ooh, gun sound fake. Please tell me it's crashing. Oh, you are crashing. losing his sanity. Not doing well. And 3-3. That's something. Not a lot, but something. And skip 3. Again. Yeah, this is pretty much a win. She decides to evade. Huh. Unexpected. Huh? I think he's dead now? He's staggered. Next turn he's dead. Ah! We only need to stagger him. Okay. It's not a fight to the death. Good for you, you won. Now stop giving me that look and get out of here. You lost most of your clan during the family hierarchy, didn't you? Yeah, so what? Are you calling me a penniless loser? Yeah. You little... And I'm sure that's what I look like to you too. I don't want you. You're sorry. Every clan member who died in the village has to have died for nothing. I've shown weakness that means I'm making everyone who's in invasion look weak. So I'm going to win, and I'm going to win without the further soil my parents have left behind. Because their legacy was unjust, nourished by the blood and tears of the Hungarian itself. You are tenacious, determined and strong of will. That must be why everyone stood by you, down to the last man. You knew my name, ma'am? I do. So, what do you think? Wanna make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hungary? Ah. Ishmael training. Finally, green. It's red dove. Always Don Quixote for the marble. I heard you managed to come out on top if your first sparring match. Congrats. Thanks, I gotta admit, your classes are definitely coming in handy. I like your attitude. Well, shall we take a look at what I prepared for you today? You're teaching about exploring, huh? It's going to be an indoors class. Yep, exploring. Where should I begin? It's a very big subject. Free soloing on the top of the highest building in surveying 10 days in backstreet with only 3 items. I had plenty of ideas, but most of them got denied. And rightfully so. And then when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in the physical space. A few weeks ago. So I'm just here to fill in since this game needs a certain number of players too. Really, can you really call this tabletop game an adventure? Yet, in games of making believes, any can be made as a real. As real as what? Oh nice, I'm going to roll for damage. Young Ishmael, thou hast absolutely pummeled the Gorgon beast with thy fireballs. They're playing D&D. Oh, this is great. It was a formidable foe. It was wonderful execute, Miss Ishmael. Really? Well then, as my next move, and how came up with this? I've played a few other games, but this is my new for me too. I'm still pretty new in general, I guess. This is called Jingle Journeys or G&G. Oh, it's literally just D&D. Youth, it's got giant positive reviews too. What Ishmael so proud presented before everyone appeared to be a board game with numerous cards and minifigures. Okay, what do these huge pile of papers have to do with exploration? Rule number 1, the most experienced player among those gathered become the GM. The GM, yeah, Journey Master. It's a 17. It's just D&D. The Journey Master is This designs the story and the player's choice, set the stage for what happens next, and Jeremy helps guide the explorers to the safety arrived at the goals. That's why the most experienced players take that role, which would be me. Wisdom, strength, dexterity. Each character seems to have these things called stats. Looks like we just have to pick from a set of pre-made characters for this one. So I'm supposed to be playing this character's role. Sinclair and Shishu picked up their cards with confusion clear in the eye. You arrive at the great city of Smoke Cloud, a place known to be gathering hub for all kinds of influential people. You traveled here in search of a legendary treasure called the Tinjan Sword, the Sword of Far Land. The city of cool. So who are we looking for? That sword again? Why are we look? It's because so there's this legend about how the sword of White the sword is the only way to quench the chaos of these lands and bring peace to its people. Like, what are you doing? And also about how having the sword is the proof of true leader of these lands and so on and so forth, you know? Ishmael was shattering a staring door in the production. Then, my body's done. I see the city's curtain must be in a lot of trouble too. Seemingly affected by the oddly familiar settings of the nodded sign without noticing Ishmael stumbling through the introduction. Well, you know how it is. The point is, you guys need to go find that sword. Then I will claim it no matter what it costs me. Not with determination. That's why this is there. It's literally Dungeons & Dragons. Of the winners we've gathered, it seems that you might have heard of the whereabouts of that sword. What will you do? I walk up to the key, chant him up and try to gain his trust. Are you sure? Remember, your wisdom is extremely low right now, which means that you find it hard for even the simplest sentence. What if I found a different way to gain the trust that don't avoid sweet talking? I do have a pretty high strength that should give me access to a certain alternative methods that don't require skill in speechcraft. Hold on, I try to convince you. I think I got a decent chance at this with my wisdom, right? And you passed the check! Look at you having lowered his guard. Oh, not you, Sinclair. He's still pretty wary of you. Okay, then I guess I just stand in the corner over here, unsheathing my sword and playing around with for a bit, and playing with it for a bit. That's what makes me like me to do anyway, isn't it? You're just role-playing Heathcliff now, aren't you? Shared some information about the sword here. He explained that the party should seek none this mountain. But what's this? Tears begin to well in the eyes and he continued to explain. Apparently a patrolling guard battled Sun pretty badly just for loitering out the guards. The wound is pretty severe, so he needs medicine, but he can't seem to find any. Oh no, that's too bad, but we got a job to do. We have what we came here for, we leave. Well, they say that GMs aren't supposed to interfere with the party's choice, but let's be honest, I would have made the same choice. You can't stop and help out for every little side quest when there's a whole lot of adventures to go through. We're not leaving. I'm going to get him that medicine. What? After a few turns of his tries and tribulations for Sinclair, San, who thought he was able to recover, hears your story and hesitant shares what he knows. You realize that he's talking about the fairy guardian of the new sword. He then said, the fairy power grows under bright moonlight. Hold on, isn't it full moon right now? Then when should wait until the sky is forecast. Hearing that, the innkeeper's son takes a quiet look at the clothes, then tells you that this might be raining in about a week. Glad we helped him out. Okay, let's make sure we prepare before we go. You're gonna have to roll 15 or higher to hit. I know, I'm focused. Hey, rolled a 16 with a finally falls to the ground defeated. Yes, the tuning sword is ours. Excited, the party runs up to the sword and barrels deep into the earth and grasps upon the hilt. With this we can, however, the defeat the party assumed was dead. Sunny jumps to its feet and lunges at him, who just pulls the sword from the ground. No, I couldn't get between Jin and the monster. That crit is going to be pretty deadly even for you. Let's see if you can make the evasion. Save one and another one. Nope, that's a critical failure. It's okay. Sinclair falls to the ground and bleeding profusely before the gaping wound lies still as well. The final vestige of strength completely spent. Sinclair, go on without me. Take that sword and go down to the village. Become the leader they need. The sword, as you prove. No, this sword wouldn't mean anything without my adventuring body. I'm going to bandage Sinclair up and carry him back. I won't leave him behind and descend the mountain all on my own. Wait, if that's your choice, well yeah, the bleeding stops as soon as you wrap him up. He's just that sturdy, you know. That strike would have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. On your feet, Sinclair, we're getting out of here together. Grab onto my shoulder, that's it, step by step. Look over there, everyone we helped and saved on our journey come out to welcome us home. You're right. They're really getting into it, huh? If it weren't for you, Sinclair, I never would have stopped and taken every single village here to hear their troubles. The sword was only a symbol all along, all of our efforts and the experience we gained in our journey for the sword were what taught me how to go here. I mean, leader, not the sword itself. You're right, the real success of this adventure was everything effort along the way. I feel like the game here overtook the class at some point. Skill improvement. Currently gives class 14 and I can do one day without. Cat, what are you doing? Expert? 37. Slash resistance down again. Oh, mouse is also more. And more blue. Power. Reset. In regards to every activity involving of understanding emotion and emotional judgment to be wasteful, I'm going to need you to elaborate on that. And I will share next. Third from Sinclair's exchange with the manager 32 days ago. Begin quote. 32 days ago or what? I love my outside. Makes the manager Dante. I'm sorry to have asked you this, but most of us are fatally wounded, so can you please turn the clock just one more time? End quote. Unnecessary injection weighted down your request. Wow, that was pretty bad. Did I really start it that badly? It is a waste of time to evolve emotions when delivering unfavorable news. The same message could have been delivered with merely 2 words. We failed. Let us commence field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next 5 minutes. Huh? Well, okay. Sure, seems easy enough. Huh? What is that face? Suddenly, Marisol let out a cry as he clutched his chest and folded to the floor. Are you okay? Marisol, you okay? His eyes sharpened. Task failed. 5 minutes have not passed. You're cheating! This reminds me of the instant Sinclair had to desperately wish to hide. What? The what? Who wished to what? Despite your belief that no one would ever find out your secret, there was one person who got to the bottom of the incident. Come on, just what did you see? Failed again. Huh? Just a bit more blue. Min Max Speed, Max HP und Skill Improve. Anti-resistance is pretty good now. I need green. That's better. Which one do I need more? I think I need you more. Just restore 20 more, good to know. All stats +1. Nine to 5. Okay. That was a good combo. Quim strike skill improved. Phoenix second form rupture skill improved. Slash resistance even more down. 75 now. Otis. I say Otis, Guiga. And sure, Ishmael. Okay, Otis time. Attention. Today's lesson will cover intelligence acquisition. In other words, man, you will learn how to gain information from people. Hey, I'm pretty good at this. You just have to turn them to your side by being generous with my spendings, by setting a good example as a superior they eventually open up. Foolishness. That is among the worst strategies I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. Do you not see how wasteful it is to spend a limited military budget, how wasteful it is to spend so much precious time trying to butter them up? The more efficient means of obtaining intelligence is torture. It is Otis. Torture? I said it's the worst strategy I've ever had of hearing. I'd rather not waste my clan strength on something so utterly useless like that. Besides, you end up accidentally killing them. Foolishness, foolishness! Please, can you stop saying that word? How simplistic and disappointing. Your imagining falls short. If that is all you can think when you hear the word torture, then this unit, this isn't exactly a military unit, then this may indeed be beyond your ability to lead. But I'm waiting to let you get on with your lesson. The mentor seems to put thoughtful mood as she stopped arguing and began focusing on class. The most efficient method of torture isn't physical. Things like waterboarding and electrocution are all inferior. Today you will learn the torture of language, which with this method you will always find the answer you want. Use speechwave to interrupt their minds, slowly consider constricting around them. Good. And let them take the brief sighs of relief every time they give you an answer. That is what you will be learning today. To your proposition cascade. With only a few words I mentioned spirit remains. Oh, Mauer restored. Oh! Yeah, that's indeed a combo. I always saw Mauer. Try never surrender. I need to bring a lot. Next fight. Who is this guy again? I don't remember the silhouette. So I heard you defeated. You would do best not to let that get to your head. He's always been our family's greatest shame. Hey, watch yourself. Have you learned not to underestimate the family's underdogs? What? Oh, you don't know. You see, I managed to talk Shin into a unit. No? What? And I clicked again. What? No, it can't be. He cannot have spilled the beans on my parents. Ha. You mean your men are already on their way. But how did you know it was block 32? I barely managed to get them into a hiding spot there. Oh, it's block 32? Did you just... I did, huh? That was way easier it was during class. I've heard stories about how you changed. I didn't know you had changed into such a heartless woman. Say something, David. Don't just stand there completely expressionless and... Oh, I see. You won't be shaken by silly little things like this. Is that it? That may befit the seat of the hierarchy, however. A leader who is responsible, silence to have fear. A leader who is considered the only disposable truth is bound to watch. I shouldn't refuse to let someone so unqualified such rain power. She's actually learning. She's not. There she is. Oh, her skill is getting better. Counter. That's painful. Huh? Could be worse. Does not look like he has a chance even with the counters. And let's do that again. Yeah? Yes. For thing up. 2 points. Sorry, 4 points count. Still 4 points count, and I think that's it. If I'm not mistaken. I'm kind of really annoying. But this fight is over now. Oh, unbreakable coins. But stagger. 4 actually. Victory. Damn it, I was so close. Did you ever really take the time to think about what might happen if Big Sister actually gained control of him? Sure, it's gonna be all buddy-buddy at first. She's going to acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butter you up and compensate you for your efforts. But soon you're going to see people from other nests coming in here and taking up administrative positions under the guise of an advisor. And it's the small families and clans that are going to suffer for it. And when the time comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. I was so close. It's going to be a while before other members of your family are let go, you know this already. They committed treason, things they were piggybacking off Big Sister forces. When in reality she had already discarded them even before it began. She made sure that nothing about this treason is going to stick together. Father, now let's think about this carefully. About vision of memory, will it be more H Corp or Q Corp? I see the point you're making, but you've not given us any reason to trust you either. What guarantees do I have that you won't just toss us aside when we're not in use anymore? So about that hiding place where you put your parents, you just ain't let that slip. I know their whereabouts for a while actually. My Heishu had identified their location long ago, but didn't do anything because there wasn't any evidence that pointed to your parents' involvement. Is that true? Just how long is your opinion of the hierarchy? Big Sister made a big show of her own influence at this assembly, but I still have a tight control of the Heishu of the family hierarchy. But I thought you were arresting every member of the Shi family without ever questioning them. What was it again? The leader must take good care of those who are in the same boat as them. Why would any hierarchy go around arresting innocent people of age group, left and right, unnecessarily making more enemies for themselves? I sure don't plan on doing that. Yoshu! Is it clear what he or she would be? With him? Who is Yoshu good with? I honestly have no idea. TKTDWK. Huh. Teaching kids to deal with kids, she says. Looks like your manager's not the only one who needs a translator. I would have liked to teach a particular bloody art class. Obviously. But that AL black hair discarded my lesson plan. Yeah, no, I don't think your lesson plan would have flown even with Zilo if Zilo wasn't there. Artless or otherwise. In today's class, I think if you're a you. What? But I SCN if you see you? Huh? I snap your neck completely if you're unruly adult, but I soothe, coax and nurture if you're unruly child. Did you guys rehearse this or something? Am I getting pranked right now? No, not at all. Just listen carefully. Eventually context, and there you have it. What context? What context was I supposed to evaluate? Let the art do the talking. MTA. Ah yes, there's much to learn. Class is about to begin. Bring the class material, attendant. Yes. Upon the family higher order, I have brought a child from the Wang family. Why is that? No, wait, what? You brought a who from what family? Upon whose order? Too many travel restrictions here, so about the rich kid's attendant. You've been bringing her along to get you to places, huh? No, I mean, I just want to... What do you mean you brought that kid on my orders? Ryosho snuffed out a cigarette, opened the window, and leaned out the smoke, dusted her off clothing a few times, and only then brought the child to the elevated platform in front of the class. The kid kinda trembling and interest looking. I extend my greetings to the hierarch. The kid scared out of his mind. Memories of childhood are important. They are the experience that shapes our future. Observe and learn. What's up with you acting serious all of a sudden, though? I do agree that childhood memories are important. My memories with Big Brother, anyways, moving on. You heard nothing. The point is, I think becoming approachable to kids here might help prevent a lot of potential future conflicts. But you've got work cut out for you. Children are extremely aware of anyone who's not their immediate family. Even worse, you pretty much tricked that kid here using my name. He must be terrified, and I imagine his parents must be giving him a whole lot of warnings too. I'll give you a demonstration, behold. Sinclair. Omni. Oh, especially Sinclair gets more stats from this class. Wow, he really taking a liking to her. Yeah, he won't stop crying when he tried to get him to get her. Yeah, he won't stop crying when we try to get him to calm down. Besides, how's she even doing that with her hands? Not even masters of martial arts move like that. Ryosho has particularly given him no time for any other distractions or even a momentum to cry. She was taking care of that kid almost effortlessly. Oh. She was employing all kinds of tactics, but implement to betray through a traditional Hungarian toy, fan tricks, sugar food, and eventually, don't fall too hard. The child ended up piggybacking on Ryosho, the fear he showed earlier gone without a trace. Never would I have imagined Ryosho would be good at this need. And with the exact same expression as the usual one, Ryosho is gently caressing the child, ready to be more excited. She was giving him a gentle pat. But I think I get it. Showing kids with tasty stuff and gifts isn't the best way to go about it. What's important is helping them around just what kind of person I am. Yeah, the kid's really on the edge for his age. I start to make some progress, but whenever he suspected I was lying or something, he immediately go back to being on guard. That's also because he's a kid. Kids don't survive this place for long if they're not quick on the upskate. May I ask you something? Well, asking is free, but I gotta tell you, it's going to depend on what you're about to ask, whether I can help you or not. Huh? Wrong move for Hihai. Why say all that when TYDT you don't get the information? Ryosho grabbed the child's shoulder, brought him before it, then in her usual curtness spoke 2 words to the confused child, and that seemed to do the trick. Speak, kid. It's Big Sis said that when the family hierarchy war is over, I can finally play tons with friends. But their parents told them stay inside because it's too dangerous outside. My cousin said that you're the biggest and baddest on hierarchy, so I want to ask if you can make things safe. I want to play with my friends. Gotcha. I will view your suggestion positively. She says she totally makes that happen. Sometime later, after guided the child out of the classroom, I found she whistling something to herself. You get a lot on your plate, huh? Dealing with restriction days. Just on one of them. I was going to try to improve the safety of this place anyway, whether he asked me or not to. Safe enough for a kid like that to run around the market all on his own. A place where he doesn't have to be afraid to go outside. Ah. And here, other way around. More slash resistance? She's already at 3.5. Okay, wait, what number? It was Otis, Marisol, Ishmael. Oh, they can have two combos at the same time. We have to find other combos in the future. Sure, there's one where everyone has a combo. But this one is already okay. Oh, that's plus one. Okay, defense level, passive, skill. Wardian. Aufwesen war der Wardians Maul. All about the poker face. Yes. You know, some things everyone communicates with the eyes even before they talk. So you better pay attention to what the eyes are saying. Great, that's really great, but I don't know, I just kind of feel like an oddly specific subject we're talking about, especially when we're sitting around a gambling table. Sinclair, given the time limit, this just happened to be the fastest and clearest method to demonstrate and train you abilities to control your emotions. I swear I had no clear ulterior motive. I was just simply forced to do this. Ah wait, stop glaring at us like that and join us on the table. I'm only briefly visiting the lady to pick up some paperwork. There's still much work to be done. I'll be leaving in no time. Come on, girl. You know this game needs 4 players. I refuse your invitation. I must say it's ridiculous of you to force my lady to take in such a bad activity, and what audacity to invite me as well. Oh, so you think you don't have a chance, huh? Wow, and here I thought you'd be at least be better than me at this game. Fine, fine. I get it. Don't play a game you have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. It's a good philosophy I subject to it. Do you seriously think you're shadow obvious in terms of goading me into playing this game will work? Huh? What? Sorry, Scrub says what? So Wang joined the table. She won. Alright then, lesson's pretty straightforward. You 3 work together to ensure that I don't win this game. In other words, make sure I'm not first by the end of it. Well, that sounds pretty easy enough. But be warned, I have this special power to read into your minds without hearing even a word out of your mouth. Let me give a demonstration. Let's see. Sinclair, I can see the corners of your lips twitching while your eyes are suspicious one over there. You're looking for a peng, aren't you? And you watch this dog like a tire I've got. Now to never ever discard this tile. How do you know? Honestly, I've been thought for us to know. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't ever let it peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're going to eat you right up. And weigh you? using the glints of your glasses to hide your eyes. Phew, this isn't gonna be easy. Waiter's mistake tonight was allowing me to sit at this table. I already know the ready hand you've got there. Oh yeah, do? Not bad, but you're just as much of an open book, my guy. You just need that one song tie, don't you? Huh? Sorry, not sorry. You're not getting that tie, cause it's not there. Fucking gambling over. Gang. I see you caught gang made so you can claim the song, which was the tie, don't you? Huh. Does that by any chance imply that you somehow know the location of every tile in this game? Nah. No way. I just have the sixth sense for bad vibes. Very well. Never once did I think I could ever step back into this dark world of shadows, but very well. And every second is here a sight and you. I'm impressed. They're way too intense. I can hardly get involved. Guys, isn't this supposed to be a class for us? My lady, the importance of this moment could not be overstated. I see. Swapped out your hand, didn't you? What did you think? 3 tiles in a row, huh? I see you got something you should like to. Very well then, I have to wager it all in this random suit. Huh? I won? Who? That's a question. And your downfall was written the moment you forced me to discard. Ah, darn, I lost it, huh? Well played. Did you see that, my lady? I apologize for that display, my lady. I will bring some tea. Victor stammered out of the room with his shoulders slumped. Oh. Huge success in next class. What does huge success mean? So what do I now say? Delphi. I'm going again with you. You. Those three. Expert. Yeah. Master. Okay, passive upgrades. And skill improvement. Skill improvement, max HP, offense level, passive. Day 18. Who are we fighting now? Huh? You? I heard from Big Bro that you sent your coins to a Big Bro. Every hand once in a circle goes around and round until it eventually returns to the original owners. I also heard that some of the Wang family helped with removing the fallen powers from here. Why? I only want to prevent this place from getting robbed blind. I live here, you know. This is where my wealth lies. Well then, can I ask you for public support? Oh, I applaud your audacity. I think someone who just gave you the moon should be asked for the stars as well. Everyone and their mother knows whose hand the true potential power of me lies. Am I going to fight him? Yes, I want to read this kid. Now with that in mind, let's say that I do announce my public support for you. I'm not going to have a voice to speak with by the time the powers that be are done with. Look, if Big Sis really believes that I'm not fit to be the family hierarch, then I happily remove myself from power, but she's affiliated with Q-Corp. She seems to believe that she has Songyu's best interest at heart. With all those conspiracies she's been waving under the surface, all those business deals and clearly skewed policies. I do not, but if you're going to present yourself as the alternative, then you have to be someone concrete enough to rely on. Let me just say that about half of the board of directors' votes may well be considered abstained votes. They're keeping the signs because they're afraid of changing relations. So your remaining task is to convert those silent voices in your favor. And not shaken by that at all, huh? I thought you'd get that lost and wandered looking in your eye. I guess I have to work on my poker face. No, most people would have failed to pick that up. You've certainly changed since the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed his coins over to you. Well, I guess that's not the only thing he handed over to you, I suppose. Anyways, I should probably do as I'm told for now, My cousin, I'll be your opponent today. Won't use my hierarchy just yet. Fight me and promise that you'll be at least better than I am. Only then I accept you. I love this loading screen.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는
There we go. Only getting this bomb. Fine. Fine.
동안이 날개처럼
Giving me a rupture. That's good. And then
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
she had to pause, I guess. Very important. What, do you have something to say to my face? Yeah, don't give my little brother your crap. Your little brother? You know who I'm talking about. Do you have any idea of the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? That bus kid was her little brother. Was her little brother? You can barely even hold onto your seat, which you're about to lose soon anyway, and you have the girl to give him false hope? I know it's all about politics to you, but kids really believe you, you know? I hear from the kid that you seemed relieved upon hearing that what I said. Told me you were happy for once to hear that he had a fun time after being bereft from playing with his friend with how things are going. Shut up. Besides, it's not all just hot air. What? I wasn't making an empty promise. When I said I will change Hongya to be a place where everyone can live without fear, and I'm going to protect my seat of power, no matter what it takes, you fail. Not with you on my side. We all know what Big Sister looks like. I'll be exactly the same in essence and will be the same for the future. Tell me, are you sure you're okay with handing over the same burden we've carried all our lives to your little sibling? No, of course not. Wang left in a hurry, but that look in her eyes told me that there was conflict brewing in her. Slowly convincing them. Heathcliff Ishmael. Who is that come with Ishmael? Marisol and Otis. Marisol? Why does he have a giant hammer? White lads, listen up. This ain't going to be like a boring old class you've been sitting through. You've got to leave the desk behind once in a while to learn some real life lessons, yeah? Right, so here's the deal. You want to break their morale before the war even begins. War? Learn this by heart and you'll be kicking those twats' asses left, right and center. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. So Heathcliff, got to ask this question. Something about your club seems different today. Looks a lot more colorful too. Bollocks, let's catch us on quick. That Wayblock said something about how swinging around a wee club might come off as too threatening and confiscated. That's high-tech weapon quest boop boop when it hits people. I see. Oi, don't you underestimate me, cause I'm holding a different bludgeon. Let's get on with it. Straighten your shoulders, eyes wide open, let's get cracking. Waste his newfound weapon towards the sky. Made a small pop noise. Shared pain. Me. Minus 10% class success rate. And 9 to 5. Passive. The same combo as before. So never surrender, or status +1. I need to go into blue later. This is really good for the other one. Improved skill. Who are you? Why are you here? Who do you even... Fine, this class, after an unhoused continued, will be taught by a guest lecturer who has been invited for your... a guest lecturer, but I wasn't informed of this. Where are they? I don't know. No, maybe they're lost. A little birdie told me that the venture at Hayek will give me a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine straight from... Who are we? Who we? I ain't proof for that, folks. That guy? Just stopping by to see if I can leech some liquor at this party. It's an awful miserable place, but you spare a shot of liquor for this poor drifter, won't you? Well, you're clearly not just any poor drifter, are you, guys? Guys acquainted? He ambushed us in our room after the first round of the family Hayek war was over. He what? The family Hayek war has been over for a while. Everyone knows who the winner is. How dare a mongrel like You who only knows how to mooch off our family set off in here. Looks like I'm going to have to give my clan a stern talking to. How could I slip a drunk assassin like... I see that our youthful Hayek is plenty suspicious. I've been a guest in many places, but please, I'm not a moocher. But you're worried still. I'm only a drunkard who enjoys a cool swig of liquor since landscapes as my bar, the sky as my ceiling, and the dirt as my bed. The man who had introduced himself as Night Drifter of the Drunk Become leaped down, leading with exterior that betrayed the rage he wore as clothing, and he trembled stern of liquor emanating from him. Is he serious? Bad news, pain bestowed upon a new master. Huh? Big sister? She also wanted us to deliver the message that she was sending a master because, and I quote, I feel a deep sense of temptation and pity for my dearest little sister, the Nephalite Hayek, who must be struggling left and right without a proper master. Wow, I'm besides myself with gratitude. So that's the supposed teacher? This mysterious guy with a mysterious allegation who might stab us in the back at any time. As you said, the family Hayek was over, and even mongrels know who the legitimacy is. The incendiary contest was nothing more than business, a job to take care of in return for what compensation they gave me. I hope you don't carry grudge in your heart. I'm sure you didn't harm any rivals in the family Hayek war out of personal vendetta, did you? Something business, just business. I killed young master Bio for the promise to pay off my bar tab. And I'm here to give the Hayek a lesson for the promise to pay off my future tabs. There's nothing to be gained by taking your anger out on a gig worker like hand to mouth like myself, having you think. I advise that the optics and the consequence of rejecting a master sent to it yourself is not going to look good. I know it's only gonna make me look worse, and I'd rather not give Big Sis more ammunition to take me down. And you three will have eyes tracking your every movement, so don't do anything that might cause uncanny suspicion. We ain't that afraid. I hardly taste the wine before such hostility. Despite thought that serious wondering, the night with the response was only hardly. Before I begin the lesson, I'd like to get an idea of where my to-be pupils are. Now give me a demonstration if you will swing away. That's enough. But I just was getting... Your form is flawed and your breathing is hollow. Need I see more? Okay, excellent. Like, flawed forms often invite flawed hearts. In other words, your martial arts are powerless. What the heck is this guy serious? I've never had a single master with anything bad to say about my form. Your arms are straight and the legs are frozen. Your stands are solid and sturdy. Indeed, most masters would not bother themselves to find fault here. But let me pose this question. Are you, my veteran pupil, satisfied with martial arts that are made to dispatch unskilled peasants and no more? Huh? There's more to this than raw strength. Now, take a swing at me instead. Alright, you asked for it. Takes a powerful swing at the Night Drifter. Your mind outpaces your body. You tend more transparent than a glass globe. And your edge is dull for if you have little heart for... But he definitely wavers in his way between his strikes would fail to even touch the tip of his ragged blow. You are far too eager to strike. Focus singularities on your opponent to focus distributed conveying across your body. So you will fail to cut and gain a little hold as Then the knight with the pokes back with the trick. Everyone for the set of the final has to go through this eventually. The first kill. Someone says the earlier the better. Mine was when I was 13, not to mention, not too early, not too late, just right. It's already been a few years since my foolish brother locked himself in his chamber. Last I heard he was bedridden for a week after ingesting some poison someone had sent to prank him. I'm not going to live like that dumbass. To relax your body, try to relax your body, won't you? You have a weapon, yes? But one mustn't singularly focus on your opponent. Don't try to reflect upon yourself and relax. Let the uneasy strength go. Let it flow out of your body. Tensing up as you do will naturally strike your mind and narrow your vision. Hey Ray, should I send Big Bro a silver spoon or something? It wasn't that bad this time. But what if we give him a way worse poison next time? You know young Aswar won't accept your gift, my lady. I doubt he's even seeking the culprit now. So stupid, zero interest in anything particular, zero ambition. What a silly, pathetic attitude to have, just how. But my lady, it wasn't particular that guide you were. You choose to save my life over maintaining your control over the root branch. Some seek the state of an matter, the non-self, but what they seek is the path of Asuras. So for the likes of blade fiends. You must learn to go of everything except the self. What kind of life is it to live without stepping over others? Let alone go to gaze, dispersions, all of it. Instead, face yourself and only yourself. And feel how light it all becomes. After some fall, from misery relaxes. It wasn't just her form that relaxed. Her pursued lips seemed to have formed peace as well. She's got it. Well then, what should we do about you, my overconfident proud pupil? Will you retain your way in cocky silence? I wasn't being cocky. If my memories haven't failed me, you were one of the young masculine underlings, correct? Underlings? Yeah, however you want to call it, I guess. Sinclair replied with sigh. Just why do you think I was that you, specifically you, 112 underlings were chosen to take this class alongside your hungry hierarch? Since momentarily flash and take off guard by the strange, just sudden hurried question, but he soon regained his composure and replied, well, who else beside me would ever go along with the lesson plan? Don Quixote is going to ditch the class out of boredom. Same goes for Rodia, and Otis tries to take over the classes. Not to mention what I'd be like to have Heathcliff here. And such a list of excuses struck a nerve, did I? How did you come to know so little about yourself, even less than what I've already learned about you? What are you talking about? A bird that has failed to break its shell in time will rot within its confinement. I still don't understand what you're talking about. Even as he said so, Sinclair's expression seemed more like anxiety than confusion to me. Prepare yourself to fade away before the rain. You won't get another chance should you miss the opportunity. Then the knight with the giggled, the suddenly serious attitude nowhere to be seen. Been a while since I left my babble left myself very on for this long. I suppose I can credit my foolish pupils for this. Prepare to swing away. Again, those three. Oh, that was one. Max speed, passive skill. I think one more time and then I'm going for the other one. Maybe one more time. That guy. Damn, am I glad I got my head screwed back on. It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this child's play. All the missed news I've been hearing since I opened my eyes in the cover room sounds very enticing. I really wish I was there to watch it all. Half the family's head getting arrested for treason. The reason of the family hire is going to some kid from the family. Not to mention how my lovely little sister had her engagement called off and how she's not been branded as branded as a traitor to her own blood. All the entitlement in the world seems to have happened during my little nap, don't you think? You didn't even show your face at the regular assembly, so I doubt you've been any concern for the future of Hingyan. So just what are you doing here? I just thought I'd have some fun. That guy.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것.
Stay staying winning.
더 이상 두렵지 않아.
Doing a lot of rupture now.
봉황이 날개처럼. 전부 돕는다고. 지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Toll.
자, 알고 있는 걸 전부 말해.
More rupture. Actually hurt. Holy shit. And this time on accident that's it. Okay, it's next turn. Now it's over. Suddenly rolling quite high. Yep, over. What day are we on? Why stop now? Decapitate me like my last death, or stab me in the heart, cut my limbs to ribbons. Listen, this duel is just a spar, okay? We don't have to kill each other for this end. No. Now isn't this frustrating? You have the opportunity for a lifetime right before your eyes, and you're too weak to use it. You've everyone who fight you at every step of your way coming to you, presenting their heads on a silver platter, and you're just gonna let them slink away with these scratches? Get your act together. Family hierarchy was over, and I'm not going to kill someone just because they're being a bit uncooperative. Get real. Do you have any idea how long it takes for you to gain even more self-power by playing this fool's game? Hey, wanna hear a little tip on how you can firmly establish your position as the family hierarch? Kill me in the most horrible, painful, hideous way you can imagine. He's a masochist, isn't he? And hang my corpse by the entrance of the assembly hall over there. Use me to send a clear message. And station every single one of your hatred pack between every pillar at the assembly hall. And if anyone dares to speak out against you, chop off their head before they can get another word out. 5 days. It only takes 5 days before everyone starts eating out of your hand. And that's how you establish yourself as the hierarch. Fear is power. No, it doesn't. I don't want to do that anymore. I'm here to make Union a place where its people can live without fear. I thought you of all people might understand. I remember how you used to hate hurting people more so than anyone else. Man, what a boring answer that was. Duller than even my dullest expect. Only takes a few years until you break, until you become just like them. Just like the family hierarch of the past couldn't help but ruthlessly weed out any seed of resistance. Just how many people here do you think still have any grip on their sanity? Maybe I'm only a few years away from becoming an idiot suffering aimlessly around. I can only hope that I won't be a slowing mess by the time that happens. Something entertaining gonna happen. I can only hope that it helps while I'm still sane. School plans hours away. Found it difficult to move on. Excellent work, my lady. You've passed the 4th exam with flying colors. You've sang costume for underestimating who I am, my lady. Rose and thought. Sleeping class? My lady seems to be in a particular mood today. It's all useless, isn't it? When these classes end and you guys all leave, I guess I'll be spending my days worrying to death that an assassin could pop out and kill me out of nowhere. Consumed by so much paranoia and worry that start twitching at shadows cast from lamplight. So would it mean anything for me to, prove to them that I deserve to be the family hierarch? I've spent my whole life trying to prove to everyone that I leave the will and determination to become the family hierarch, and now have to prove to everyone that I deserve to keep it. To those bastards who only thought in the empty heads is how they can expand their wombs. Mr. Way, have you ever heard of playing hockey before? Playing hockey? Is it an infernal for your enemies? I really don't done it back when I was in school, but when there's too much going on in your head, just skip school and go to play. I've only done it once and a friend talked me into it. I agree, it seems that the time for my lady to clear the head has come. Well, let's play just one. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get moving. I gotta prove myself. Don't I? I gotta have to special approval, don't I? She's in a really bad mood today, huh? Visit the backyard by the... So... As of late? No, but... I know what happens there. 4 of you dead bodies from the massacre that decade ago turned the pond foul and desiccated buried the whole thing. Indeed they did. The stench was so vermilion and toxic that the corpses of animals and plants could be seen floating on its surface, eventually turning the pond to festering black bog. People passing by had to plug their nose or was passing out. So why am I bringing up something awful like that? Seems that a tree had taken root there, my lady, and it's all that what? A willow. The willow tree reached deep into the pond with its roots, clearing it out of foul grease, cleansing the water. And one day we found it clear and glittering, thriving with other aquatic plants growing within. It recovered from the water, becoming a normal clear pond surrounded by leaves and moss. Some months ago they introduced a few carps in therein. When it checked again, they were just as vicious and as they were on the first day here. Would you like to pay the pond a visit? It is really alright with you. So quite by his explanation, but she followed him anyway. Aww. She's so happy. Aww. That just makes me happy. Seeing her happy. You weren't kidding, I avoided this place for so long. I never thought I could be this clean again. I can hardly believe that this pond used to be rotten bog. All that happened was this tree happened to take root here. What matters, my lady, is patience and determination. Of course, this place had slipped my mind then, as I was quite swamped with work, but the world has stronger capacity to heal itself than one might imagine. We will follow as soon as there is a steady root to really rely around. After a long break, that seems to refresh on her. Nice, you're making good progress. Your form, the lighting in your eyes, I think you are certainly improved in your aspect. Some change of heart too. Yeah, I do feel a tad more comfortable than I did before. Oh, that was vollkommen Maul. Mal down. I heard no before. Spirit of Fixer? Remove the first stag of it. Wait. Oh. I didn't see that you get something for mastering everyone. White class, here's a new test to help you learn how to break your enemies' mouths. The moment you shrink in front of your enemies, you've already lost, so doesn't matter many there are, how threatening they look, yeah. Take me for example, have I ever turned tail and fled like some mix-up no matter what enemy we were put against? I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. Listen, there ain't a problem in the world you can't solve by bloody washing in head first. Ishmael and Otis would have boldly washed in head first to shake him by his limits if they'd been here. Here's what I think, either of you got enough pluck. That's why neither of you could say shite against those buggers back at the assembly hall, am I right? Ginger maintained her silence, the old scar on her pride growing sore again. So let me help you lot grow some backbone. Try getting mad at me. No need to shrink. Let's stand proud. Well, okay, but how could I? Don't worry about offending me. Yeah, I can't take it. Like you two, I've built up enough thick skin for all kinds of insults thanks to my years in the backstreet. I'm bloody invincible. Yeah, well, shut up, Heathcliff. Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man. This class sucks. All you're doing out there standing around and trying to look cool. Well, oh, that one, I gotta sting a little. That's it. You little shit. What I would have said back in the day, and I probably would have struck you with the hammer. I mean, my club. But I've changed too. And so did you. I can see that. The fire in your eyes has grown. Remember this feeling, yeah? I will. Now let's practice. And looks like both of you have the perfect sparring partner each other. Grab your weapons, the both of you. Huh? You mean us, me and Through my backbone getting into fisticuffs with the boys doing my backstreet day. They break my arms, I break their legs in return. See what I mean? Is that what besties is supposed to mean? Asked with considerable confusion. And well, let's do this, I guess. You don't want to go too easy on me, do you? I don't. Oh shit! Wait, Sinclair's winning?
그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
So much fight.
봉황이 날개처럼.
Another one?
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Never been. Huh? Huh?
더
Sinclair
이상
loses.
두렵지 않아.
He's almost staggered. He is staggered. Huh? Wait, what? What? Sinclair? Wow. On Clash löst die 8% Damage und Damage der bei des Gegners steigerte Target. Gains sign once per encounter. Upon entering rushing aids encountered based on the Hans effect. So he can win this. Gain sign. One who seeks to be born must first destroy a world. He 30 XP next turn. Expires his turn end.
자, 알고 있는 걸 전부 말해.
That didn't win. He's suddenly over. And it's over. Sorry, Sinclair. Sinclair actually had a chance. Alright, that's good enough. Bloody hell, that was much closer than I thought. Good match. Jeez, don't most people usually lose steam the longer a fight gets. What the heck was that at the end? The two of them clashed with everything they learned and with all they learned up until the lessons began. I thought for sure that Gino would come out on top without breaking a sweat, given that Sinclair wasn't using an identity and the thought of training had a family hire candidate, but perhaps that's thanks to the Night Drifter's teachings or thanks to marks on his forehead. I saw a glimpse of Sinclair's ID only seen in a select few mirror worlds. You're right, Sinclair? Yeah, it was not like we were going it with real weapons and the fight ended before it got any further. I'm not hurt or anything. I'm feeling a bit of a fever on my forehead though. It didn't seem like Sinclair noticed the sign yet. Clear red lines that appeared on his forehead. It's not like anything bad happened when that mark manifested back in La Manche Land, but considering that Damien and Wim were the only other people who've ever shown that mark, I couldn't help but worry about it a little. Ever run away from home before? Where's this coming from? Going by the way you're acting, it's clear to me that you're a homeboy. There's something behind your eyes that tells me that life hasn't all been sunshine and rainbows. I wouldn't call it running away from home. It's more like I left home because I didn't have a choice. How did that feel? Like I was melting away into nothing. I suddenly had to face the world, the whole terrible world all on my own, and it was so overwhelming that, well, I'm sure you can't quite commiserate. You've been on top of your game your whole life after all. I did leave Daniel by my own volition, but if I'm being honest, and here's something I never told Wei, I felt utterly lost. There was so much that I had to do, so much responsibility. I guess neither of us were that ready for the world when I left home. I felt just as lost back home though. And there's Heathcliff too. He also left home some time ago. We paid a visit to the manor he grew up in. Heading home must have been pretty exciting for him. You have no idea how much of the journey back he spent gassing up and crimping his hair. Something just came up. Class dismissed. Aww. Oh, that's just sad. I would have guessed that I actually have a very good combo. I don't think I get a message. Dina safe person. Class. He probably know. Oh, no, that's Suda. Only been a few days since your training began yet. So, are you going to teach us any techniques? My other martial artist master would have teach me the secrets. So that's what got you to following our lesson. We know. That's some good wine. Very well, I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Really? Tell me, what did I teach you to do as you swung your stick? Forgot all those things that put pressure on me and face nothing but myself and my movements. And that's only the start of it. First, emptiness of sound. The slight friction from the tip of your toes, the ruffles from your clothes, your breath, erase them all. Erase every ripple and echo you leave upon this world. The night drifter stands before us, but his presence became as hazy as mist. Despite the wide movement, we hear nothing. Second, emptiness of form. To have a form is to provide your foe with clues to predict your next move. Forgetting the weapon in your hand, forget your structure form, break the mold, become the flow, let only your will remain. Randomness seeps into his movement until all semblance of pattern become lost. There was something clownish about his unpredictable movement, but they were also so hypnotic and floaty that and Sinclair couldn't look away. Last, emptiness of mind. Try not to force the direction of your heart, empty your desire and in both steps without thinking, penetrate without gazing. Both Chieftain and Sinclair's necks were marked by similar imprints of the trick that pressed the skin. At Zelu, who had been standing next to him all along and leaped a small distance away, seemingly deep in thought. And my neck hurt too. Yes, I was spared from the lesson. I wonder if this fits what that saying he's saying uttered from time to time, to lose one's nose with eyes open. Immerse yourself, making your own descent into slow and shallow. We've been focusing entirely on yourself with your swing thus far, so you should find it quite easy to reach the state of emptiness mind. Didn't I just say that one must take in slowly and gradually to empty their mind already? Taught you my everything, and you entered under my tutelage long ago. Am I doing this right? No, wait, I need to relax. So, our new Hayek has found herself the clue to emptiness of form. What technique is it? It's all just movement at the end of the day. I find it entirely unnecessary to give them those flashy names. It's true, the secret technique should come without one. Well, it's still supposed to be our ultimate move, right? Wouldn't it be more official to give it a name? But in that case, ooh-wee. That's some good wine indeed. I guess I go with something like Clustered Sleep, Unrestrained Ripples. That name sucks. Class comes to an end with an ultimate move that was probably named in haste. Zelu, who's been observing the class from a distance, approached a night drifter. Been a while since I saw someone give a lesson like this time from his very fundamentals. Hardly can one find a pupil willing to slowly learn from the very fundamentals in a world of infinite technological advancement like the Veil. I'm only fortunate enough to have found two pupils who are indeed willing. You gate your tone. Were you among the 10 blades of the East? No, it seems entirely unnecessary for you to dig, as I don't recall putting anything on your tab. Put your future character to rest, for I have no answer to give. Huh? That guy might be one of the 10 blades of the East? Huh? The past is like smoke. I've long emptied and served out the way. Okay. He might be stronger than I thought. I really don't get it. Close. There's one more day. At least one passive. 2 passive. Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. It's not like I can suddenly teach you guys to hear the fathoms of other people's heart. Yeah, it's not like you can suddenly have a heart-to-heart out of nowhere, right? And that's precisely why I installed this box called Messages from Hearts by the door here when the lesson began. Messages from the Hearts? The greatest strength of Messages from the Hearts is its anonymity. Here, people can anonymously share the concerns that have been eating away at them without the fear of judgment. Yeah, it seems like a great idea. You can see how everyone can be more honest about their feelings by the massive anonymity. The box is quite heavy. It seems that everyone's been making quite a use of it. Let's see. The one of the on the bottom has to be the first message. Let's see what it says. Oh, I've got to ask. Maybe you shouldn't start this thing with Oi. Do those constants even do anything? Does this make no one even do anything? Also, what's the point of these messages anyway if you got to wing at the face? Wait, I ain't got much else to say, so I've got one. My neighborhood next door keeps making weird noises at night. So do something about it, yeah? Something about smoking head over and over again. Something about a smoking head. Then point is, I'll be getting on my, it's been getting on my nerves. If that doesn't get taken care of in a week, I deal with it on my own. Deal with it. How? I clicked again. It's twice. It's all just personal grievances. Who else? Let's see what next one. Who dare have it exit with such useless, weak-minded complaints? Otis? If you're going to continue wasting these minutes, first time in cause some trouble, I will personally hold you responsible for that blunder. You best prepare yourself for consequences. Wow, it's like she's right here, speaking right into my ear. Never thought writing words could cause hearing damage. Moving on. I don't know if it's just me, but someone's probably been spying on these papers, huh? I've got proof too. I folded this piece of paper into a padlock, not shape, but whoever spied on it did a pretty bad job of replicating it. Oh, and another thing, my compass disappeared. It's the compass I got for surviving the hellish death of adventures. We're going to have to re-establish some house rules here. A theft report? Did one of you steal a compass or something? No way. We'd never steal from each other, no matter how hard things get. Something troubles me. Oh, finally, someone's finally submitting a real concern here. Was it the type A wire that caused the explosion, or was it the type? Was it caused by replacing clamp parts for the shattering gear? Ah, The likely answer has been found. Do not concern yourself with this message. Well, that's that, I guess. Look, I felt like I could really share with this with everyone. This one might be something serious for once. I can't just have to slip this away that nothing happened, you know? Yeah, I'm talking about the incident that happened about some time ago. Remember how someone smashed an alarm clock against Dante's head when they were sleeping? No one ended up figuring out what happened there, right? Huh? You're going to have to bring me up to speed to this. What? Who? Yeah, I didn't know exactly what happened. But there was a loud shattering noise outside at night, so we all went outside to see what happened. But no one managed to find any credible clue, so I guess we really just let it slide. Dante said they were a-okay, so we just moved from there. I'm telling you, I saw what I saw. I saw Greg's bug arm. So here's my guess: what if he happened to lose his balance while carrying that alarm clock with one hand? You know what I mean? I'm trusting them. No thing on this. Gregor? He wouldn't. The alarm clock broke due to the shock at the time of the incident. Was pointing precisely at 22:32, and at that hour only 2 visitors were awake for the night watch duty. Guys, this is turning into like a whole investigation. One of was? Yep, Miss Faust was one of them. Huh. Hey Dante, didn't you have a brief conversation with Faust that morning? Now that I think on it, I did have a talk with Faust that day, briefly. Faust made a few criticisms on my command style, and she was right, but I pretend not to hear her because I didn't have anything to we talked with. Don't tell me Faust actually had a grudge against me for that. So fellas, I don't think anyone's noticed this, but I noticed a dusting of cigarette near the shattered alarm clock. So you know, manager, but there's only 2 amongst us who smoke. But one of them stayed put in his own room. Know what I mean? There's a witness too. Unless that witness is a cowardly liar, I'm sure she will come forth and tell everyone exactly what happened that night. That I am no cowardly weaver of lies. In truth, among numerous cosplays I had wished to accomplish what the duo of Cap and Scorp and the one-eyed navigator. To say the law of Captain Scott, this here began. A very long read. At last, the possibility of pursuing a Scorp in arm provided more dubious than one. Thus did I convince Gregor to join forces with me, to fly together and capture the close form. No, pity, he was no pie, only a cigarette between his teeth. And young Ishmael's compass was the kept trinket for that purpose I briefly borrowed. Borrowed is my here. Oh wow, it's me for I regretfully spilled an entire can of tuna. Another prop, and the compass was swallowed by its greasy juices. The tuna lingered still. I begged thy forgiveness, Manager Squire. Well, at least we know who took Ishmael's compass. I press twice again. Frustrating. TC. What? Is this like a code? Sinclair, translate, please. You're trying to phrase that for writing text is usually way harder. I normally try to read the speaker's tone and the general context of a word, so fortunately the plot thickens. Guys, are we actually going to try to find the culprit? Nausea bubbled inside me like I just been reminded of each I managed to forget. Someone shoved a fucking fork in my head. Guys, alright, that's it, Clockhead, read up. I'm going to confront this thought and tell him to tell it like there's something bugging him instead of... Now where is he? Hey, nice. I mean, like, this is a numerous person thing trying to get to the bottom of this. Dante? Fare you well. Is it I the sinner first in order? Apologize. In order. Ever since the instant I could hardly lure myself to a westward field. It was none other than myself who pummeled your head with a clock. You say? To explain this, one must first explain the scent cut off. Paper has been torn off. Worry not about what exists no longer. I will not embark on a murder. I write before you in shame. Any punishment you see fit. I seek nothing but your forgiveness. I can't believe the chorus he is saying. I mean, that sinner. Good thing he fessed up, but doesn't something feel off about the whole thing? What if he's trying to take the heat? But it seems to me that the first sinner doesn't want to share the story any further. Maybe it's because we don't dig into it unnecessarily. What is going on? Oh, hello, Dante. I was taking a walk near here when I found a piece of paper somebody tore off, so I'm returning it here. Hope it finds its way to the original writer. Thus returning the first sinner's paper. This happened to be the key to solving this case. I hurried, unfolded the paper, the truth of what transpired. You ever find yourself wondering if that crackling fire-like thing on top of manager's head is hot like real fire, or if it could not give off any heat? Curious, right? Ah, don't worry about it, you're saying. It's still not like we have any other way to tell other than touching it ourselves. Indeed. Unproven phenomenon cannot be confirmed without direct means of observation. Ah, they are asleep, must have been pretty tired. Indeed. Ticking noise has shrunk in volume. Seems that we have just shared a thought. What if we to just quickly check why the manager is asleep? Where's the sound of skinny past my gullet? Makes far too much noise for this. Yeah, I'm just finding out how loud my heartbeat can get. You saying? The alarm next to the manager. It's about to go off. You have a minute at most. I should have face with the timepiece. Look at you as playing a play out prank. That's indeed the full tale of what has transpired under the lens of hindsight. Almost appear that I am making a secret accusation to a fellow of mine. It would be easier on my heart to send his entire weight of myself, and that's where it ends. Right under our nose the entire time. Sorry, Dante. I should have been upfront about it, but Otis was so utterly punishing me that I couldn't bring myself to, Can't deny that. Tell you the truth in time. To tell you another truth. I think I might have an idea why I've been made a student alongside Mr. It must have been something that the company was expecting from me. but it's just not showing up, so they must be making me take the lessons to compensate for it. Everyone else is boldly facing their own issue and slowly overcoming them. But I'm still here, feeling like I'm stagnating in place. They've been placing me at my time's yet to come, but I don't know. I just get the feeling that the ship might get sailing for me alone. Sinclair wasn't just talking about physically training or combat power. It's about something that's more than half the sinners had faced were facing at this point, about his past and the path that lies ahead. The gate and the threat of having failed to confront it was never going to be easy for him to let go. I don't think anyone was going to the perfect how the world. That's why we're all on the bus, isn't it? You know, you can just shout at me to get my actor go like Heathcliff does. Oh, I will if I have to. Whatever that was. You guys managed to talk it out, huh? Well, here was taking note. Sorry about that. What Dante said was, don't bother, I just need a quick glance at that look and in your face to feel that TikTok with my heart. Thus the case with the alarm clock came to an end. So what do you guys think Ryosho was trying to say? Two corporates, guy with nightly nightmares, and my translator. Ah. I see. Sinclair, I sat there for a moment, absorbing the awkward silence, and my translator. Oh, I still get one more. Won't be enough for anything. I still get it. Offense to all else, including this unit. We turn to start into offensive every turn. For attack if the target enemy +1 blunt resistance after skill ends. Spirit of Fixer. Continuous Sword. At 50 half poise potency gain the following effect. All heal 10 SP. HP 3 SP half. God of Gamblers. And Clash them without losing any coins, regardless of whatever they hit or not. If every coin flipped by that skill down to the final coin flipped heads, the final coin deals 30% damage. My bestie and a rival. Oh. And kill with this unit's attack skill again. Okay. It's full. Finally, the 30th day of the lessons were complete and the day of the final exam was upon us. Everyone came out to a big good luck to on her way to the final exam. My lady, I have nothing but absolute faith that you will be able to complete the final exam just as excellent as you have all the others. Most likely you will be facing off against skilled foes from the Xu or Shi family. Of course you will doubtlessly wipe the floor with them. I've totally ordered, I know. I hereby give you permission to leave this boot camp. You got this. Guys, you really didn't have to all come out here to see me. Still, I have undying faith that you will emerge victorious, my lady. However, and I have also prepared about 21 attempts in case things go awry. So please don't worry yourself. You have faith in me or not? Upon our return to classroom, we greet by an unexpected guest. Must be very nice to have so much teachers from all walks of life helping her out. It has been a while since we last saw, which was during the assembly. What are you doing here, big sister? I couldn't stop myself from playing you all a visit out of pity, if only both smiled and like nothing happened. Our blossoming years would have been peaceful still. Big sis, please stop talking to me like that. I didn't know you could even say such a thing. Has it always been this way? The food has fully wiped. We have to seize it and taste its juice before anyone else. We can't just let go. We can't stand emptiness. My brother couldn't, my parents couldn't. But you, who was born and raised on the very same soil, how do you walk so softly and lightly? I don't. My footsteps are no longer light. Every step, every sight I hold in my eyes as the days go by, filming with ambience. I am only trying to accept everything as it is, without asking for more or less. But how could one do nothing but watch when we're surrounded by such fragrance? What do you seek, big sis? I want to be closer than my hands may reach you. Have you already forgotten who had sent you that guest list? Isn't headed to the exam set? No, it's not. It's heading to big sis exam set. Blasted scoundrel! I mustn't haste after them before I lose track of them. Outside even before I finish. A trap, huh? Fella, shouldn't we also get going? Calm yourself for a moment. Came between us, clearly having taken care, having a good care of the situation. Too long since not urgency, though a beast seems to have chosen the latter. Who's coming from the direction was Swanson. So, this is what you've chosen. Yes, the ascension is taken thus far where all meaningless lies. I could have shared this earlier, but I decided to follow my own heart as you have decided to follow yours. Sweetly. So now, what fragrance do you still smell for me? I smell nothing. Left the room wordlessly and heard that reply. You can't end it with that picture, what the fuck? It's just mean. Holy shit, we're just here? Finals. A terrible gesture place down to the very last day. Too much time has passed already. I have already given her clan clearing way, trying to keep her eyes on the, as I observed much strangeness from bearers. Yet there are many places with no make kidnap the family hierarchy. Still we have to. Our heart is still in a rush. I do not mean to imply that we will abandon her to fate. Look, I have selected a few places on the map with the highest possibility of being the destination. As the time is not on our side, the Hatred Packs and your team will have to mobilize separately to explore all possible options. Among them I aim to send you towards this place. Indeed, the glorified camp of Hangyan who shut down. Peace and calm. Residential support is it is a policy and the former pursued. This policy was indefinitely and the zone was closed off, as many voices reached to pass it, but I find it hard to believe that would admit defeat so easily. It is a secluded place preferred to secretly bring harm to the family's hierarchy, not to mention the symbolic value it carries. I hope she's okay. Have some faith in your people. You have taught her to be the best of your abilities, have you not? I trust that she will be able to fend for herself until our arrival. Yeah, we trained really well. We had for an entire month. Would employ such under-table tactics because she knows that a fair match would not be in her favor. So let us yank her hands out from under the table and make her regret it. I can't wait anymore. The first stage! What team do I want today? Judge? Boys. Why is there no charge, Sinclair? Done? Hoppa.
시험해볼 기회구려.
이번엔
시험해볼
함께하죠.
의뢰인
걸맞는 곳이어야 할
Take
거다.
Wagger.
시험해볼 기회구려.
연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지.
이번엔
Gonna
어떤
die over
실험인가요?
fight anyways.
의뢰인가요? 먼저
잠깐만. 마저 먹고.
걸맞는 곳이
함께하죠. 의뢰로군. 일이라.
따뜻하게.
그래,
Oh my God.
후회하지 않게 해주지.
캐스
Yes,
유형.
yes, yes, I
확인.
know. But I feel like burn today. We hurried ourselves along the winding passage of Hungary. At first I thought we might have been able to move faster had the Mustafa's been here with us, but walking through the winding path reminded me why we're thinking. Already? Upon our arrival at the located zone pointed out to us, something emerged from the dark. A figurine note for a small platoon of shadows. Damn it, we're surrounded. The shadows slivered into physical form, laughing their purple serpentine's arm at us. Sea branch of the Hathor pack. They don't belong to their family either? What now? What do you mean, what now? We can't sit here and waste any precious time. Come on, let's fight our way to this ambush. Ain't that usually my thing to suggest? Fighting's all about moral. Looks like the class did have some effect. Sinclair's right, we don't have time to waste. Let's do this.
메이저. 아니야.
Sinclair has
마이너
stuff.
아르카나 정도겠지?
Yes.
조심해.
저에게도
마이너라고 해도
무언가에
생각보다 강할
맞설
수 있으니까.
용기를.
내가 응원해줄게.
New tennis sphere return. Oh, that's really good with him. What
저렇게
else
더
does it do?
무언가에 맞설
Gain
용기를.
one minus max speed. Take power up. Pigeon.
언제까지 버티?
There we go. Let's burn them. I should have looked at them first. I'm gonna do that next turn.
전격발.
Good job, Sinclair.
쓰러졌다고 죄의 대가를
자,
치르지 않을 거라 생각해. 오산이라
Quick
말해주고
Venom.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
전수하리. 비들어지게.
좋아. 이번엔 제대로 들어갔어.
I should have equipped Ishmael.
쟤네 좀 봐.
Go.
속이 매스꺼워 보여.
받아볼 텐가.
There goes 40%.
딱 반쯤 줘. 13조 2항에 맞추려면
네,
그게
next one.
제격이지.
Thank you, Greg. I guess no weapons instead of the possibility alone.
우와,
이번에야말로
사람도
이
깜짝.
싸움을
대체와
A
끝내주겠어.
lot of them, huh?
진행하겠습니다.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
Out of. Thank you.
정상값이네. 사실 그 상황에선 그런 공격밖에 볼 게 없었지, 그치?
I have it. Something clever.
연결만은 없겠지.
Well, pretty dead. Yep.
하늘이 갑자기 확 돌아갔네? 솔직하게 말해서
대성공이야.
한 번에 이렇게 강한
가는
공격을 할
신나.
줄은 모르고
뭐?
옛날에 만든 기계를 가지고 왔거든.
How many of you are
뭐
there?
정확한 수치는 몰라도 아무튼 대단한 공격에 성공한
How?
거야. 자부심을 가져도 좋겠어.
How did you do that? Just roll head.
끝내. 전수하리.
He didn't.
비들어지게.
뭐 순탄하네. 근데
And
순탄
that's
때가
the last
가장
of them.
무서운 거야. 뭘 실험하고 있을 때도 꼭 눈을 떼는 순간 온갖 난장판이 벌어지거든. 근데 그게 원래 실패한 거였는데 네가 목표 중간에 뭐가 있었는지를 알 수가 없어지는 게 문제란 거지.
And
무슨
the
말인지
last
알겠지?
one.
덮어놓고 간단한 지시만 내리면 갑자기
Holy
변할 수
shit,
있다고.
we're yapping. There we go.
이제 끝났네. 너희들이 원한 대로 된 거 맞지?
And the yapping
아 여기저기
continues.
부서진 것 같은데 저건 우리 직원들 시켜서 고쳐야겠다. 수리대금도 받고.
거하느니 내가 뭘 했어?
How many did I get?
돌아와서 모조리 불태울
So
거라고
many.
했잖아.
So I will just do this.
차, 의뢰로군.
Hmm.
지위를 받는 피가
출정이 붙나?
I just will take poise now.
거점에 두지.
Okay. Like him more than the other one.
일인가요?
I should take
화점에
일인가요?
you.
주인놈 언제나 준비돼.
수금할 시간이야.
There we go.
최선을 다해볼게.
Yes, yes, I know.
뛰어가겠네.
Someone is underleveled. Someone is always underleveled.
오늘도 정의로운 날이 될 수 있도록 힘내자. 다 함께 아르카나 비트.
타겟 포착. 1시간.
Clear. Oh,
시야 확보. 쏜다.
good job, Heathcliff.
한
Now
점만
kill him.
보인다.
Damn it. Oh, that was pathetic.
늦으면 내피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
즐겁겠군.
육정.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
비껴 베어버렸군.
Hallelujah. Okay, this one.
마침 그래.
And Heathcliff.
지금 공로 지원한다.
역시
Almost
이
no
정도쯤이야.
ammunition left.
이런 악당들은 쉽게 물리칠 수 있다고.
Saving this one next turn.
즐겁겠군.
대성공이야.
깔끔한 헤드샷.
노래
머리통
부르자.
작살났다고.
우와,
How much?
사람도
Come on.
깜짝.
Why can't you have one more there? Heathcliff's gonna leave now. Think?
4월을
There we go. One, two,
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
one bullet left. 0 bullets left. And he leaves.
달을
Someone is staggered. And I'm not talking about an enemy.
먼저 빠진다.
그래서 카론이
He's
안전벨트
saying.
잘하라고 있잖아.
There we go. One more queen.
된다면 4월을 건다.
And
그 삶에 마침 그래. 마무리를.
shoot him. Thank you. That was that too.
너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 기울들었어.
Better ego resource than that.
이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
And ooh.
우와, 카론도 깜짝.
They're not gonna expect this one. Soda. After this one.
마침 그래.
He is very dead.
하늘이
That's a
갑자기
bit
확
overkill.
돌아갔네? 솔직하게 말해서 한 번에 이렇게 강한 공격을 할 줄은 모르고 아주 옛날에 만든 기계를 가지고 왔거든. 뭐 정확한 수치는 몰라도 아무튼 대단한 공격을 성공한 거네. 자부심을 가지고 좋겠어.
변신
He
완료.
loves his ego.
만선이에요.
They will not stop using it.
마지막이었네.
우와, 가름도 깜짝.
즐겁겠군.
Yeah. Actually, just an AoE, Ego.
아름다운 것.
Now it doesn't matter anymore.
정상값이네. 사실
I'm
그
pretty
상황에서
sure they're
이런
all
정도밖에 고를 게 없었지,
dead.
그치?
Are they? Are you the last one? It seems like it.
이제 끝났네. 너희들이 원한 대로 된 거 맞지?
네.
아,
Yeah,
여기저기
that's
부서진 것
right.
같은데 저건 우리 직원들 시켜서 고쳐야겠다.
Until now, it's
수리대금도-
just snakes.
의뢰비랑
more
보호수당에서
snakes.
사용한 탄환값을 빼면 아 오늘은 제
And
사비로
I'm scared.
손해를 메울 필요가 없네요.
Cool. Because that does not look like a snake.
준비한 대로만 하면.
The first thing I noticed upon entering the room was that it was hot and muggy with the heat of battle. Also evidenced by corpses of sheep and Sheishu torn widely about the room. Who's dead? What the fuck? Wait? A bloodied beast rises upon it from the ground, its gaze rising to meet us. Wait. Hold on. His eyes, something's definitely off here. He's not looking at us, he's worried about having noticed that something's different. Away with you. The hooves kicked the ground with anticipation and aggression. What happened here? Did the Heishu make it into the exam hall? Holy shit. That is such a cool picture. What? Limbless snake dare trespass. You hideous coyote. I will crush them to mulch under my hooves. Your way, right? He's completely lost it. I ground your filthy scales to dust. Uh-oh.
가름, 기다리는 거
That is not who I expected to fight. Strider, turn and gain haste, stack times 2. On hit with a skill, inflict additional tremor potency. Berserking, lose 15 offense level on defense level. Does not gain defense level from Strider, will instead gain offense level and strength. I trample anyone who dares to hurt my lady. I trample them to death. Former Heishu. Encounter start to set this unit's SP to minus 15 and gain 3 Strider wound and 1 Berserking. Take minus 50% damage from burn, bleed, tremor, rupture and sinking. If this unit hits with a cracked coin, it does not activate the target's rupture effect. It does not count either. Be persistent against staggered enemies. This unit has tried to inflict concussion against the main target. Ow, this unit hit with trailers against the main target. So I got travelers right here. Gain 1 recoil when hitting with a skill. Max 5 trigger travel burst against the wrong target. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction after all. What? Oh god. So he wants does not want to trade travel. Does he? Which is the most dangerous of the skill? Most is favored, if not all. Go on, Sinclair. Ooh.
그 삶에 마침표를
He flip shoot him.
쏠 수 있죠?
공로 지원한다.
He's gaining sanity. He's on -2 now. He's on positive. We did not expect to fight him.
아니야. 마이너 아르카나 정도겠지? 조심해. 마이너라고 해도 생각보다 강할 수 있으니까. 내가 응원해줄게.
No one should be staggered over there.
즐겁겠군.
More sanity for him. Reaction.
한 점만 노린다.
More sanity for him. Always good. Looks like gonna lose sanity on post, sadly. Or he's gonna lose sanity here. Oh, he actually gained sanity on post.
카론, 기다리는 거 못해. 100초만 기다려줄게.
New. Oh god. Should I give sure? Wait, it wasn't go sure, I think. Nothing I can do here. Goes this good. Oh, go for heat step.
타겟 포착. 잠시만.
Sucks. Sanity. Ow. Heath is not going to do well after this round. At least he is gaining sanity. There we go.
쏠 수 있죠?
공로
One more shot
지원한다.
of Heath kill. Yeah, can't do shit against that. Ow. And again. Good job, Don Quixote.
정상 값이네. 사실 그 상황에선 그런 공격밖에 고를 게 없었지, 그치?
He lost one strider Mao. Wait, is this his take range? Is it speed? What is the speed range? 2 to 3. Ah, he is very slow. There's someone who's not equal to No, but this is a lot less painful. From the direction. Come on. And he...
일촉즉발. 이거 배웠어.
Sinclair stagger? You have a stagger effect? Do you have a force stagger somewhere? And flash. Fastest person. I just hope nobody gets staggered. What the fuck? Well, fuck.
그런 빙글.
I just think a mistake. Fuck.
언젠가는 이렇게 될
육청.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
This is not good.
죽은 거야? 뭐 너희 참가성이 시간에 돌려주면 금방 다시 돌아올 테니까 슬플 것도 없긴 하겠다. 아직도 신기하단 말이야. 대체 어떤 원리일까?
전투응대에 나선다.
Oh shit, Sinclair is not gonna survive this, is he? One, two, three, 4 damage. Otis, no.
자, 차지. 나를 따라해보는 거야. 짜잔.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
You're gonna lose the speed now. Ja, auf.
이
Okay,
안정감이
one
그렇게
more
잡히는
gone. Why do I have this I code? I want the other one.
이런 푹신한 날에 안
No, I have
풀리는
these
일이야.
doors. Like, I don't like this. Why is everyone slow?
완벽한 거리.
Ah.
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
Just because I have to use it.
이 전투는 승리할 거야.
I rather would have used the breathalyzer one.
별로 효과적이지 않은
But
것
I'm stupid.
같은데. 사랑의 힘이 부족한 거였어? 야호, 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Holy shit, not everyone is slow as molasses. Just one person.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
Dagger? Come on.
그렇지 않은 것.
Stop resisting it. Just stagger already.
분명하네. 압도적인 사랑의 힘으로 아르카나들은 전부 정화될 거야. 역시 내가 엄청 도움이 됐지?
Unlike that is going to. Any ego I wanna use? This one.
전투 응대에
And
나서.
this one.
원망도 묻힌 게 소용이 없었지. 그저 무언가를 잡으려 애썼을 뿐.
$800, $700, $600. Not that much damage.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이 넌 반드시 부서진다.
그치,
20.
이럴 땐 아무리 설렁설렁 지내는 나라도 집중하기 마련이야. 다 잘해왔는데 톱니바퀴 하나 삐끗하면 다 망가지는 경우가 있거든. 말 많이 안 할게. 3번은 생각해봐.
Holy shit, no one is slow.
전투응대에 나선
500 left. 460. 410. 350.
마침표를
240. Oh, not again. I fucking hate minus coin.
빨간 경보는 진짜 오랜만에 보는데?
He only has
이건
200
예전에
left.
사람들이 우리 회사 입구에 폭탄을 던지고 갔을 때 이후로는 처음인데? 그때 경비들이 엄청 다쳤거든. 너희도 엄청 다쳤겠다.
뭐야? 나한테 볼 일이야?
We're not winning, Square.
좋아, 간다.
Yes, Square!
이봐, 버틸 자신 있어?
아름다운 것 그렇지 않은 것 이 전투는 승리할 거야.
Sanity for Ishmael. Thank you, Ishmael. This is way too close.
파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
No. Ow. 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 Faust. You only one left.
뭐 순탄하네. 근데 순탄의 때가 가장 무서운 거야. 뭘 실험하고 있을 때도 꼭 문을 떼는 순간 온갖 난장판이 벌어지거든. 근데 그게 원래 실패할 거였는지 내가 못 본 순간에 뭐가 있었는지를 알 수가 없어지는 게 문제란 거지. 무슨 말인지 알겠지? 덮어놓고 간단한 지시만 내리면 갑자기 당할 수도 있다고.
좋아, 간다.
Oh, get him.
자, 변신 완료. 만선이에요.
무상한 목숨. 불끈히 지원해.
It's over. It wasn't
이제
close at all.
너희들이 원한 대로 된 거 맞지? 아, 여기저기 부서진 것 같은데 저건 우리 직원들 시켜서 고쳐야겠다.
It only was down to Quagga. Hey, are you alright? My lady, she's in there. Please, you must. Listen, buddy, you're not looking good. Looking so good. That nasty wound Leheng gave you starting to bleed again. Insurance Haysha will be here soon. Stay here and wait for their arrival. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Way. Mission's going to be just okay. Totally. I forgot who taught her. If only she hadn't come. She hadn't shown reason. She could have achieved such heights. She could have was much higher than where she now stands. Why his eyes shook relentlessly, lost in the stream of past? Don't you notice already, Mr. Wayne? Became Hayek to transforming into a nest that serves its lowest.
의뢰비랑
Pause.
보호수당에서 사용한 탄환값을 빼면 아 오늘은 제사비로 손해를
You
메울 필요가 없네요.
again? Wait, it doesn't cost anything. It's just clear stage. It was your big sister in fire exam. You were going to kill me anyway. Why didn't you just take me out from the get-go instead of wasting all that time teaching me, pretending to be my master? I would hardly deem the hours spent in joy a waste, would you? Well, I'm not even surprised when you're full of backstabbers anyway. Do not even trust anyone who approaches you first. Do not ever trust. It is a saying that has saved a lot of lives in here in this city. Knowing those times with me, wait until my guard is down or to strike. You had plenty of opportunities to kill me during those classes. I guess I forgot a bit on my edge when I was swinging those sticks. The one who hired me handed me along with my payment sinking back to the white roseblade powder. So you had to poison me with by doing so. Why would I use that to claim my pupil's life when I could use it to pay off my tab and buy me a few bottles of quality wine at a local camp, which I did? They're precious enough to sustain 3 generations of families, eh? What? My family has thus far been one of river and the current took me. Meaningless life of having gained nor left behind nothing. And wouldn't you know it, this kid who just became the new hierarch, for the first time in the history of the family hierarchy I'd seen refused the true master of human. Those with visions of the future of human would grip the lands as though it belonged to them. Trapped in the grasp of the serious interruption grew dark and suffocating. The other people who initially seemed to have been included in the lessons and nothing more than an extra may as well have forced the lessons out of me. And after a while of quarreling with the bumbling hierarch and pursuing nasty feeling, it seems that I shared all that I know with the both of you. Hey, despite the present circumstances, my lessons have all been without a speck of falsehood. Come then, never once have I taught of people who would fall at such a place. And if you do, I don't suppose you were a pupil of mine anyway. Ah.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것. 좋아, 구조를 파악했어. 꽃처럼 화려한 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게.
Damn.
더 이상 두렵지 않아. 지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
He's really laying into him. Damn.
전부
He's not doing well. I think he's holding back. Oh. What is that? My pay does not drop below 1 with gain. Favored. She won.
그 해결사의
Holy
역경에
shit.
비하면
victory. Was he holding back?
훈장은 사양이야. 뭐 담배라면 괜찮겠지만.
Good job, Quagga. You did 0% of the damage. But you still take the credit. This stage gets rupture. Oh, charge. Sadly not you, because I need you.
준비는 완료했습니다.
120번 홍로 준비는
복제팀 각정 맞.
네, 목적지를 향해.
오.
보는 눈은 있네요.
Anything
여기서
less better than no
정확한
than
눈은
clear,
괜찮죠.
so... you again. You are underleveled. I have tickets. Ja, zum mehr auf Rupture und dann Charge. Here to stay you.
일인가요?
새 거래.
앞장서시오.
Yeah, it's harder to get.
차원 파동 장갑
I like it
충전
more.
완료.
More
오늘도
of
정의로운
you.
날이 될 수 있도록 힘내자.
공격권
함께
확인.
아르카나 빛!
휘말리기 싫으면 비켜!
Okay, only. Kill the
별로
villain.
효과적이지 않은 것 같은데. 사랑의 힘이 부족한
That is
걸지도.
not what I would say looks good. But I'm not,
충전 기능
I
정.
cannot do much here.
단숨에 정리.
Oh, sorry. No.
공간을
sorry.
옮긴다.
4.
신비들 딱콩 한방 먹었어.
Rolling. Auf.
실력 최대치.
누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
역시 이 정도쯤이야.
Not a single one died yet.
괜히 쉽게 물리칠 수 있다고.
날카롭고 정확하게 차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
사랑으로 정의 이름으로.
He was staggered. Thank you, Paul.
저대로 두면 아르카나들에게 당할 거야. 동료라면 어서 저 친구를 보살펴줘.
Ah, can't even get it.
히어! 아르카나 빛! 대성공이야. 다른 신이야. 노래 부를까?
Okay. 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 Cool fight?
아르카나를 처리하지 못한 나는
Damn, they were too strong.
쓸모없는 존재야. 아니, 어쩌면 내가
So strong they just
선택받은 내가
stopped the game from
아니었어서
working.
결국 이렇게 되는 것인가? 나도 똑같아.
That's why I was
제압을
strong.
성공하지 못한 나는 쓸모없는.
Obviously
군주가
you.
나섰나.
You even if I don't like you.
사람이야. 이제야 부르나.
좀 명을 받듭니다.
잠깐. 이번 임무는 내가
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
보는 눈은 있네요. 여기서
훌륭한 미끼 될 수 있어.
의뢰로
새로운 배달
사우지
연구 보고회인가 안 시험해볼 기회구려.
웃기는 자식. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
He's the gift of sanity, I guess.
시간 끌 것 없이 모두를 필요하죠.
저 도려내. 물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 곳이 있다. 적을
늦으면
물어
미끼랑
해도
먼저
너의
갈 거야.
쓸모를 보여라.
불가 위험
시비수에게 명한다.
마감의 멘탈이
이 악한 손짓자 누구 살해 보내지.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버리지. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이지.
도끼를 본다.
Kill him.
좋아,
저 해충들
이번에는 제대로
도려내라.
들어갔군.
틈새 바로
Thank you.
반응이
묘야.
갑자기 확 돌아갔네.
Yep,
솔직하게
he
말해서
is
한
dead.
번에 이렇게 강한 공격을 할 줄은 모르고
Very dead.
아주 옛날에 만든
Oh, sorry, he
기계를
leaves.
너희들의
He's not dead.
정확한 수치는 몰라도 아무튼 대단한 공격에 성공한 거네.
He just left.
자부심을 가지고 있겠어.
이래면 승리도 시간 문제겠지? 해냈구나. 나라도 됐을 거야.
목을 떨궈주마.
Painful.
놀랐어?
아, 너희가 아까 생 공격을 한 바람에 바늘이 저 끝까지 들어가서 안 돌아와.
Oh,
나 이거 잠깐 수리 좀 해야 할 것 같은데. 아, 이 옷에는 드라이버를 안 가지고 다녔나? 잠깐 집중해야 하니까 말 그만할게. 아, 너희 잘했어.
헤어내리
there we go. That should be enough.
대성공이야. 가는 신나. 노래 부를까?
I really like her this jungle.
목을 떨궈주마.
Such a cool animation.
이제 깨우치시게.
아, 너희가 아까 생 공격을 한 바람에 바늘이 저 끝까지 들어가서 안
I don't
돌아와.
like it with me.
나 이거 잠깐 수리 좀 해야 할 것 같은데. 아, 이 옷에는 드라이버를 안 가지고 다녔나?
불가 위험.
잠깐 집중해야 하니까 말 그만할게. 아, 너희 잘했어.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
무상한 목숨. 불끈에 지원했고.
승객이 새콤 한 방 먹였어.
깨우치시게.
Nice. Go. I'm not good at character translation again.
끝내지. 끝내지.
He's gone.
있잖아.
And 3 more and this fight is
마법
done.
소녀들은 항상 유령난에 시달리고
Someone dies here.
너희만 괜찮다면
And it's this guy.
혹시 우리를 도와줘.
도끼를
아니야. 그건 선택의
Yep.
순간이 필요하니까.
도려내라.
내가 정말 수 있겠네.
그림자 속
And he's dead.
아쉽다.
So someone else gets the team.
사실 이 상황에서 그런 공격밖에 고를 게 없었지, 그치?
그림자 속으로 가라앉게.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
I think the fight is over.
깨우치시게.
자, 악당 퇴치 성공. 오늘도 정말 멋진 활약이었어. 내일도
Thank
또
you, Magical
불러주기야.
Girl, Queen of Hatred.
세상이 평화로워지는 건 기쁜 거야.
오늘
부끄럽지 않았습니다.
What a surprise.
의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니
How much do I have?
내일은
600.
더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
You mean him, but now he has help.
뒷박질 시간.
최고의 방책은
Ah, they're still in a fight.
일어나지 않게 하는 것. 꽃처럼 화려하면 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게.
Huh?
봉황의 날개처럼. 전부
He's
돕는다고.
actually doing pretty well.
더 이상 두렵지 않아.
Holy shit.
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
She's pretty good at it.
좋아, 구조를 파악해.
Huh? Stagger? Next attack. Yep. There's the stagger. What is he doing now? Shoot. Now, that's impressively sneaky. So they're not beasts of for nothing, eh? I just had to get between me and my hubris bar, huh? Master, wait, you've been working for a time? Haven't you known me long enough by now to tell, brief as of I can spin my service to one who... to no one but the bottle? You have all 12 masters veteran. Things will just fucking fly. Starting to get interesting. Don't you think? Yeah, and a master staring his hero in the back isn't. Just as in Clan Night were locked in an argument, the Heisho beast who followed us into the room swung their upper arms at him without hesitation. The slivered certain arms, which suddenly extend into considerable length. Haven't I already given you due complaint, my friend? Were stopped inches from his neck by the knight with his arm, biting him instead. Now, that's one potential venom. Potent venom. I can't feel it into my vein. Listen here, Snake. Haven't I done you courtesy enough? Go back to your hole. I even give you an excuse. You could give your lord. Say that you have had to withdraw as the night drift off the drunken palm got in your way. We've served the same client. Might as well let me take all the blame for your failure, But the Heishu wordlessly stood their guard. Well, fine, I don't think you'd listen to someone who doesn't even hold your lead. Hui, too bad, too bad. Well, I suppose this should at least make for a fair fight with all of her teachers being here and all. You. I don't recall ever teaching you to make a face like that in front of an enemy. Fine, it's not like stopping one attack makes you our ally. At least one of my pupils know what she's talking about. Perhaps I shall open myself a humble once this contract is over.
느껴졌어?
나 자신을
내가
들여다봐야 해.
너희를 위해서 주문을 외웠는데. 응, 잘 걸린 것 같아. 자, 지금 싸워보는 거야.
Oh, he's Venom! Anything is struggling. Neutral is the best I'm getting here.
짐승들의 재갈을 풀겠다.
Damn. Snake versus snake. And the snake won.
숨통 끊기.
There we go.
정상값이네. 사실 그 상황에선 그런 공격밖에 고를 게
That's
없었지.
rather bad.
이런 일에 흔들리면 안 돼.
Huh? I didn't even see that attack
제대로
happening.
먹었군. 너희 꽤 재밌는 상대를 만났어.
불가 위압. 막아내지 못.
Oh, this is just not going well. Why are the drunks so strong? At least she's killing someone else. Yep. Ah, post one. Ouch. Oh, she wants to. That is a loose. That is a win.
공간이 뒤흔들리고 그 공격을 맞았구나. 아니야. 다시 힘내서 가보자.
He really doesn't want his skill free to exist.
자,
Everything is favored.
어쩌겠지 잘
That is
생각해.
good. That snake is almost staggered.
틈 끊어. 바로
300 damage.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
Ooh.
무형. 마지막은 무념.
Oh.
그 해골사의 역경에 비하면
She used her ultimate technique against it. I think it's over. Why are you not staggered? Hung Lu, stagger him.
목을 떨궈주마.
He was certainly a powerful foe, despite the casual way with which he carried himself. We already experienced a hint of his strength then, when he invaded our room during the fire he wore and swiftly took out his target before leaving. There are slithering noises coming from above. More Heishu? We can't fight them and the sea branch of at the same time. But if we were to try to create a distance between us and where the sea branch are waiting to strike us, the Night Rift is then trying to exploit that opening. That we had to keep him safe. I wasn't sure how much longer we could hold out here. Is it hard to recall your training outside our lessons? Remember that your gaze is form as well. You endlessly take notice if you don't stop constantly eyeing at the door like a novice. See, the snakes are immobilized to close off that exit. Ah, you're stalling until the Heishu figure of the family hierarchy arises. Towards plain as day. See, that's why these snakes are so impatient to complete the dead and sling back into their holes. The Night Drifter produced another tree branch from his clothes and quickly cast towards the doorway behind which the Heishu were guarded. And with a thwack, the heavy door atop the large door instantly crumbled, burying it and blocking off the snakes from entering. It was as though he hit an invisible weakness of the brickwork. You snakes, enough warning to head back. What are you doing, right? The bumbling promise to bring real change has given rise to a certain thought that was put to sleep long ago. Once upon a time, a blade fiend of an ancient earned himself the hollow honor of joining the 10 Blades of the East. Yet, what use is all that if he could not prevent his little girl from passing on before he did her old man on a destruction day? The world averted its gaze from me, so I looked away it in return. Leaving behind my room my steel, I picked up a simple tree branch to be my sole companion as I drifted about the city. When I abandoned both my honor and my name, all that remained was a life of living for the sake of living, nothing more. And I believe the same fate would doubtless come for the rotten land of me as well, just as it had for this useless drunk, devouring it in the surging darkness as the sun falls yonder. Yet, doubt reared its head for the first time. It is the rooster's cry that signals the night's end. Do you see the sunrise even from here? Listen well, for your final lesson begins. Emptiness of sound. Keep the venom within and let it not leave your tongue. Emptiness of form. One who aims to bring change to these lands must do without the knowledge of crumbs to lodge in wicked traditions to see a better path. Emptiness of mind. In Hungyon, a land where even the skies lies out of sight, do not let your mind be too transparent. Do not let the Heishu stray from your presence again. Do not even for a moment rule of fear is a discerning thing indeed. Yet you will gain nothing by appearing like an easy mark. Yes, master. Then do what you must. I won't be very becoming of the higher to let live a fellow assassin dare to make an attempt at her life. She wordlessly tightened the grip around her weapon. Very good. Emptiness makes for such a pleasant sight, doesn't it? The Night Drifter grinned, having caught the current scent of death. Oh. Such a cool move. And now it's her turn. Holy. Yeah. Oh. Oh, the venom. The Night Drifter stumbled. He smelled of pungent, bitter wine. When the unit... Oh, it was just wine. Okay, he's not poisoned. When the unit struck of cold, cloudy wine settled and the bitter life is left behind. The clear, crisp water shall spring forth, blinking in the sunset.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은
Now I can get him.
께서 계명을 허락하셨어요.
A bit late.
마침내.
Oh, what a cool animation!
꿰찌르고 할 시간이 있죠.
The proof. The incident was quickly swept under the rugs as independent actions of anonymous unjustified says only known as the Night Drifter, as he was not registered to any kind of life insurance plan. His body was buried among the many unnamed graves of Hongyan. I hear that there was a rather unsavory incident at the most recent exam, I must say. It is unfortunate that no important blood has been spilled during it. It is fortunate. Sorry. A nameless, faceless man infiltrating the living quarters of a living human. I can only be glad that he met a deserved fate. Anyone who was at the site could attest to the fact that my guest and I were assaulted by Heishu sea branch as well. If anyone's going to be held responsible, don't you agree that the blame should fall on whoever decided to send the snakes to the particular location at the specific time back system? Is it so? Yet they testify that their presence was only to eliminate the Drifter of the Night who dare sneaks into Giant Hume. Earlier than your own Heishu pack even. Yeah, not only did you get me a new master, in your importance to see my growth, asked that same master to harm me. You've certainly outdone yourself, sister. He was nothing more than a boyish executioner who was willing to do anything for money. I hope you won't be blaming your dear sister for the crime that man has committed independently out of his own volition. I believe this only refers my argument that the people aren't the only people here who believe that you are terror out of your depths of the turf. But you too. I've learned so much thanks to you. Rest assured, I won't ever forget those lessons. I understand that many of you may be unhappy or frustrated with me. But you know what? An undeniable truth that I am still the legitimate victor of the Fahrenheit War. Sure, Big Sister might know more about the details of her restraint for now. She might fill your pockets for now, but in the long run, you know she does not have Hongyun's best interest at heart. I may be, but I'm still the chief executive director here at Asia, and you, dear Big Sister, are the temporary position outsider from Cuco. As its higher, I know exactly what he needs, and I will give the best of my efforts to bring my vision for this land to reality. A place where no one needs to live in fear, a place where no one does where one does not need to project fear. Yes, that is my vision for H-Corp. I never would have known a month ago that our Hyatt had such vast ambitions. She really saying it. The four great houses and I, we will and you know this land like the back of our hands before we're even a fetus. Indeed, I can tell. I suppose that's why the grow never seemed to stop. While more and more people outside it seemed to be falling to their deaths from their homes with every construction day. Don't you know the plastic nature of humanity? People will get used to the shadows when the heavens are shrouded. So if you would come out with us, we will. No, I'm not the one who needs to cooperate. I am the hierarch. Besides, your us is done. Respected members of the board, I believe I have clearly explained my will. Forget about all your under the table deals and vote with your heart. You seem very confident. In case you didn't know, winning this exam has nothing to do with greater. The result of the vote of non-confidence. Oh yeah? I don't know. At this point, the vote seems like a mere formality to me. Oh, what? On what grounds? Just a hunch. That you'd understand. It's true, with how often she's changing the conditions of these tests and votes, we can hardly trust her to be consistent. Yet is indeed stark contrast with the hierarch who promised 30 days of return time and met it precisely on the dot. It is clear which of them should prove more stability for administrative purposes. Thus the vote of no confidence began. I must have misjudged her in the past. She's not petty, she knows when to be serious, and I think she's got a good grip on the gravity of a war without being consumed by the fear of it. And she remembered my name! The most important thing for him, his name. With her eloquence and powers and boldness, I believe that her current family hierarch is well qualified for a position. I also have faith that she will not ill-treat those who lower station than her. If she got the hand of how to treat the heart of the smallest child, then I believe she has the capacity to tend to the hearts of those larger as well. While I would be remiss to judge so quickly, she has somehow remarkable change and improvement over a short period of time. I say she's someone of rather talent we mustn't lose so easily. I skipped again accidentally. Woo! Change and rank. Omitted, she's been at the center of all kinds of fun. Entertaining events in the middle of as I lost and gained my neck just thinking about the amusement she would bring as a family hierarch. And a fan who shared his sentiment via a letter. Voted against the motion of no confidence. Like I said, a mere formality. A state of crisis specific to a situation in which the family hierarch is unable to perform their duty, or is it affected by serious physical or mental penalties. I am both sound of mind and body, and I can handle all duties apparently to the seat of family hierarch, which means your services are no longer needed. Not that they ever were, big sister. Don't you think you've more than overstayed your welcome by now? Here I was wondering what you were doing with this ragtag group of harmless nobody like your brother. Month lounging around. Very well, savor this little victory for a while. I understand that it was a significant endeavor for you to attain it. Be safe on your way home, big sister. And please do wash your health. You've always been a sickly child come winter, haven't you? Remember that the only way is down once you reach the peak. There goes the perfect opportunity to take control of him. But our time shall come. Out in him when we fall behind and get crushed under the wheels of progression. Then nothing. Barry said that he smells no fragrance from me anymore. Don't let it linger on your heart. Crawling into the muck alongside those lowly pins must have dulled his senses. Am I even useful to you anymore? Won't come back. I can't make him come back. Understand that now at least, no? Come with me to Q-Corp. But even my own family has cast me out. What could I possibly do? Have I not given you my word that I can make him return? The strategies of old say that one must stir trouble in the east and strike from the west. Now that trouble has stirred in H-Cup, they will hardly have to know how to fix the eyes upon the goings on of Kyoko. When the time comes, your fragrance shall spread beyond H-Cup to her. I trust that he will never sit idly by when danger threatens. But I have nothing. Paulin, even you are blinded by the shadow cast your own lamplight. Allow me to illuminate what you may be to me. Worry not. I am your only remaining light after all, aren't I? You are. Ooh. Nice outfit. Watching us with an utterly bashful look, we prepared for our departure. Given that Mr. Stophelis still showed no signs of ever coming back, it seems that we were to be assigned to various odd jobs around this area for a little while. Not to mention the news of distortions occurring in H-Corp. We're finally leaving this place for real, huh? We're heading out soon. Yeah, whatever. Get your butts out of here. Please don't even think about looking back. He waves a hand back to make us leave. Hey, if we ever get the chance, yeah, fat chance, I'm sure we both had more than our fill of each other for this lifetime. Besides, I'll be too busy to go anywhere for a while anyways. Right then, if you ever need our help, our line's always open. I'm the family hierarch. Who needs whose help now? You truly were thoroughly well now. Speaking of which, you still have to stay here in Hong Kong, don't you? Did you find a place to stay? No, not yet. Why don't you stay here for a little bit instead of going out here again, risking getting scammed? You know? Oh my, for all that, get out, go away and don't even think about coming back. Seems really sad to see us go, ain't you? Who said that? Who said that? I'm just examining velocity and giving you an opportunity to be more efficient. Remember your last attempt at finding a lodge, the whole building made it away. Anyways, I let everyone know that your party is free to enter and leave whenever you want. So use it if you want. After pinging us with that rapid fire answer without giving us even a second to fly, Shu moved around and left to join Wei. How rarely to be even an educator, another was a task more daunting. Did the lass even teach a proper class? Or don't tell me her class consisted of her showing off those figurines collection, forcing the situation to sit for another one of those obscure law summaries. Well, if I sure hope you didn't let Sinclair completely walk all over you. I sure hope Rhodia didn't totally get shown up in her own area of expertise. That's a... Oi. Smoky lass with all the... For how your classes go. Did you manage to teach them anything, or did you just you wait through the whole lesson? Man, speaking of which, don't you think seeing you smoking? I don't think I've seen you smoking in a while. And as yeah, no smoking in front of the kids. I remember you saying something about how it's totally against common sense to smoke in front of a kid. That Ryosha is the has common sense is astounding. Speaking of it, you had some awesome tricks up your sleeve. I never thought you knew how to do things like that. People learn when then there's a need. Oh, Ryosha lore! Ever since the class reunion, Ryosha started looking far into the distance with an odd expression. Sometimes she hummed a melody we hadn't heard of before. Bummer we didn't get to sit in one each other's classes. It was nice to see the sides of everyone. We're gonna have a lot of stuff to talk about once we head back here. And we wasn't sure where I could possibly get started. Well, since you've been given us the opportunity, let's head back to... You've seen enough with surprising stuff, my lady. Haven't you been repeatedly eyeing the departure date on the calendar over and over with a look that could just be mournful? Gosh, that... Because I couldn't wait to get those freeloaders off my back. Well, now that the freeloaders, excuse me, now that the company has departed, I suppose to be sure we over for a while. My lady, I believe you are now prepared to stand alone against whatever trial has come your way. Yeah, I know. I also know that I carry these lessons I've taught me in my heart. Free stuff, and I didn't miss a single AX here. And now I continue saving my lunacy for the collab. I'm gonna leave now. After seeing whatever from the not the better part. What is that? Achievements? Oh, I'm missing. Wait. When's that to 800? See shit. Is that it? Yes, I can still buy a few things. In what exchange? I'm saving for this. And this. And obviously the tickets. I'm getting the tickets first. More tickets for later. I'm gonna leave existence.